much. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Governing House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 16 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Dépôt de projet de loi et maintenant.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports by interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for York South.
Yes, Mr. Husson. Mr. Husson.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Honourable.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. J'ai honneur de présenter.
I have the honour of presenting in both official languages the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development on Bill C-219, an act to amend the Department of Foreign Affairs, Trade, and Development Act, the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, Sergei Magnitsky Law, the Special Economic Measures Act, and the Broadcasting Acts. The committee studied the bill and decided to report it to the House with amendments.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'ai l'honneur de
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor of presenting in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology, the impact of U.S. tariffs on the tool, die, mold, and metallurgical manufacturing industries in Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee asks the government to table a response to the report.
For Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore has a dissenting opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to table a dissenting report to the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology study on the impact of U.S. tariffs on Canada's metallurgical and advanced manufacturing sectors. I would like to recognize and thank my Conservative colleagues and our staff, especially the member from Windsor-Essex, whose advocacy were important in bringing attention to this issue. Mr. Speaker, when this crisis emerged, Conservatives responded immediately because we understood that these industries are foundational to Canada. Conservatives know that the committee's report and recommendations do not reflect the urgency expressed by the witnesses. That's why our dissenting report calls for urgent negotiations to secure a trade agreement, stronger protections for our manufacturing base, support for domestic production, and action to preserve the jobs and industrial capacity that are vital to Canada. The industry asked for a quick response to secure its future, and Conservatives answered that call immediately, and we always will in the future. Thank you, sir.
Here.
Thank you. Dépôt de projet de loi et maintenant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
De projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motion.
Présentation de.
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for Mission Matsqui Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a number of petitions to present today. The first is e-petition. An e-petition 139329695, 5,746 signatures, calling upon the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans not to remove recreational access for Chinook and coho salmon in the allotment of salmon allocation. Petitioners note that they want to respect the rights of First Nations, the conservation policies of the government, but to maintain common property resource access for our recreational fishers as well, and that commercial interests do not supersede those recreational interests. The second petition I would like to present today is on the elimination of the federal apprenticeship incentive. Petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to reinstate the apprenticeship incentive grant for Red Seal trades, index it to inflation, link it to successful completion of technical training, and ensure timely, predictable payments to support apprentices during their training. And the third petition I would like to present today is on nicotine pouches. This petition is being presented on behalf of small businesses, including convenience stores, to remove restrictions on the sale of nicotine pouches. the petitioners call upon the Minister of Health to remove the restrictions on the sale of nicotine pouches to only pharmacies and allow convenience stores to sell the product. Petitioners also note that the actions of the government have led to an illegal online trade, and they note that it would be better to tax the product in Canada versus allowing American producers to reap the economic benefits. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Northwest.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor of presenting my first petition, petition E6909, with 13,000 signatures approximately. And this is a petition from government to protect the residential school records of the testimony of survivors. I know there is some ambiguity in terms of these records. Ultimately, there is a conversation still happening in Canada, and ultimately reconciliation is most important when talking about the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. These survivors still deserve justice at the end of the day, and their families do as well. And the conversation right now is still happening in Canada, but before we can have reconciliation, the truth needs to be kept upheld. There is some great work done by the Truth and Reconciliation Centre out of Winnipeg, but this ambiguity needs to be addressed by the House of Commons so that this can be still a forthright conversation going forward with, and a respectful conversation going forward with Canadians, so that we can ultimately move forward with a country and focusing on a bright future together as all Canadian Indigenous peoples move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to present petition E7172, which has been signed by no less than 13,198 Canadians across the country. In relevant part, this petition reads, we, the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada, call upon the House of Commons or government to conduct a comprehensive and independent review of the structure, governance, practices, legal status, funding sources, and activities of the Iranian-Canadian Congress. This is an organization that has made no attempt to gauge the interests of the community, and there's further consternation because this group has publicly opposed human rights policies, which are broadly supported by members of the community, and including the call to remove, they have called for the removal of the terrorist designation of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. So, as I've stated, this is an organization that has all sorts of challenges. It has never made an attempt to reach out to members of the community, and all of its positions over the course of the past 5-6 years run counter to the aspirations of members of the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to table 3 petitions today. The first petition is signed by electors of the Vancouver Fraser-View South, Burnaby, and Vancouver Quadra, who I know brought their petitions to their local MPs but had to ask for my assistance to table it in the House. They raised many concerns about fracked methane gas and liquefied methane gas, or LNG, and the severe health impacts to people, the increased emissions impact, and the disruption to clean salmon rivers of LNG. They know that there is no business case for LNG and that these fossil fuel projects will become stranded assets, that Kislisms is 100% American owned, and LNG Canada Phase 2 is 60% foreign owned and not Canadian solvent, that the Kislisms and the Prince Rupert Gas Transmission Pipeline early investors are U.S. private equity firms linked to Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. They are concerned that hydro subsidies for these American-owned projects have been promised and will increase household utility costs, and that these projects violate Indigenous sovereignty as the Gitnell and Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs and the Lipia firekeepers of the Gitxsan have clearly said no consent. Therefore, the petitioners call on the House of Commons, the Government of Canada, the Prime Minister, and the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure to rescind the referral of Kislisms and LNG Canada Phase 2 to the Major Projects Office as projects of national interest, to not fund nor subsidize nor in any way support Kislisms and LNG Canada Phase 2, and to instead refer Indigenous-owned, shovel-ready solar, electric, and other renewable energy projects to the Major Projects Office and fund these as green projects of national interest and affordable housing with the Canada Infrastructure Bank and other monies. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is signed by Canadians concerned about Canada's Safe Third Country Agreement with the United States. They noted that Canada's They note that Canadian laws offer safe havens to persons with a well-founded fear of persecution and also requires continual review of all countries designated as safe third countries to ensure that the conditions that led to destination continue to be met. The petitioners say that refugee claimants in the U.S., including those who enter the country irregularly, are being arrested, detained, and deported without due process, and that in his recent speech to the World Economic Forum, the Prime Minister called for creating agreements that function as described, yet Canada's signatory to the 1951 UN Refugee Convention and its 1967 protocol is violating the Refugee Convention and its own laws by implementing the safe third country. Therefore, the petitioners call on the House of Commons to instruct the Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship to immediately report to the Governor in Council that the U.S. no longer meets the requirements for designation as a safe third country, notify the U.S. in writing that Canada intends to terminate the safe third country.
During petitions, we're supposed to summarize the petitions. It sounds like the member is reading the petition verbatim. I could be mistaken, but if she could continue, but summarize quickly.
They're asking for the government to terminate the Safe Third Country Agreement in accordance with Article 10 of the agreement, and finally instruct the Canada Border Service Agency to change its policy so that it no longer enforces the Safe Third Country Agreement. The last petition, Mr. Speaker, that I'm tabling is signed by 25 people, including several constituents of my Vancouver East riding who share with me their support and calls for the House regarding Bill C-218. The petitioners say that Canadians with mental illness should be provided with treatment and support, and that mental illness is complex and can include suicidal ideation as a symptom, and that they're concerned that the lives of Canadians with mental illness will be at risk when they are eligible for medical assistance in dying on the basis of mental illness alone, especially when treatment and support are not readily available.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition has a petition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of the constituents of Battle River Crowfoot, who in communities like Amos, Cardisty, Huendin, Czar, Matisco, Lougheed, the MDs of Wainwright, Provost, and Flagstaff have all raised significant concerns about problems with cell phone coverage and data service, adding to already the limited connectivity in rural communities. Residents are deeply concerned that emergency services, including 911, SOS communications, have become increasingly unreliable. The inability to reliably access emergency services is particularly concerning, has led to tragedy. I also note that connectivity is now a necessity in the farming sector, and when it is not reliable, our farmers are held back and our food supply is threatened. Constituents from my riding are asking for improved cellular services to be connected, especially in East Central Alberta, and they call on the government to enable policies of more competition, more capital investment, and improved connectivity across rural Canada, which, of course, is the backbone of our country. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To briefly summarize my three petitions, the constituents and others have asked this petition to be tabled here and the government take action about an issue about which we rarely hear, which is the looming threat of commercial farming of cephalopods. Cephalopods being octopus and squid. Commercial industrial farming operations in other countries threaten to come into Canada. The petitioners ask that large-scale aquatic farms of cephalopods be banned in Canada, and that we take action to ban the importation of farmed cephalopod products and prohibit breeding and raising of these sentient beings, actually, within farms in Canada. Second petition, Mr. Speaker, and this one was an e-petition with over 1,181 petitioners who call on the government in the effort to make Canada an energy superpower to support renewable energy at least as much as supporting fossil fuels. They call on the government to commit to both protect our biosphere while becoming an energy superpower, and in order to do that, to ensure that renewable generation receive at least dollar for dollar the same kind of subsidies that flow towards fossil fuels. They ask the Parliament to provide and the government to provide a legislative foundation that will provide financial support for, again, renewable energy at least as much as fossil fuels, and ban by legislation coal-fired electricity generation. Final petition, Mr. Speaker, And again, it's a shame that in 2026 it needs to be said that petitioners are calling for the government to declare the overdose crisis in Canada a public health emergency, to call for action related to opioid deaths and recognizing that this is a public health emergency and take steps based on the advice of experts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I tabled today a petition from a number of individuals, actually over 1,000 people, that have actually signed the petition. And what they're doing is they're looking for a sense from both the provincial government of Manitoba and Ottawa in terms of working together to try to come up with a solution to deal with Manitoba's unique situation related to our workforce and how the temporary workers could potentially fit in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Here, here.
Member for Okanagan Lake West South Kelowna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise on behalf of the petitioners who have asked that the government recognize the very real pain that's being inflicted upon Falun Gong practitioners by the repressive government in Beijing. Recent events include a bomb and shooting threats targeting Shen Yun, a classical Chinese dance and music performance presented globally by Falun Gong community that showcases traditional China before communism and exposes these atrocities. The petitioners publicly call on the Chinese regime to end its persecution of Falun Gong in China and transnational repression abroad. And I'd like to thank the petitioners who were key to this, both Mike and his friend Kellaway. And I certainly would be open to meeting with the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transportation, either in his office or in my study, to further discuss the petition. And I wish everyone a good summer. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of residents, recreational users, camp owners, and Indigenous communities surrounding Lake Couchiching who are concerned about an aerodrome being placed on the water on the lake. It's a very busy lake. These individuals would like to see more consultation done before aerodromes are allowed to be placed in certain locations, and also calling on the government to change regulations with respect to aerodromes to require public consultation with these kinds of groups in the future. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for York-Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today to present a petition on behalf of residents in my riding of York-Durham, and particularly from the town of Georgina and the communities of Keswick on the south shore of Lake Simcoe with respect to a new invasive species called water soldier. It was discovered in Lake Simcoe only a short time ago and has been spreading across the lake. It is a physical threat to our enjoyment of the lake. It is a threat to the aquatic species in the lake, and it is potentially a threat to our farming endeavors in the Holland Marsh at the lower end of Lake Simcoe. And therefore, residents in my riding are calling on the government to list or otherwise identify water soldier as an invasive aquatic plant under relevant federal law, to nominate a single federal department or agency to take responsibility for the federal government's response to water soldier, and then to allocate sufficient financial and technical support to the Water Soldier Working Group in the same way that the Government of Ontario has done just recently. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And that leaves 1 second left in the petitions segment. We'll go now to questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Here, here.
Agreed. Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Beginning debate at report stage of Bill C-30, the Spring Economic Update 2026 Implementation Act, standing in the name of the Minister of Finance and National Revenue.
Conformément à l'ordre.
Pursuant to order adopted June 16, 2026, Bill CT with respect to some provisions of the Spring Economic Update is now at. When will this bill be read a third time? Pursuant to order adopted on June 15th, the House will now move to third reading of this bill.
Olszewski, for Mr. Champagne, seconded by Mr. Miller, moves that Bill C-30 enact to implement certain provisions of the Spring Economic Update tabled in Parliament on April 28, 2026, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance and National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just before I get started here, I'll just let you know that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Beauport-Limoilou. I hope I pronounced that right. Pleased to rise today on debate on Bill C-30, which is an act to implement certain provisions on the Spring Economic Update tabled in Parliament on April 28, 2026. It gives me pleasure to rise and speak about this bill. It has a number of very important economic measures that will help workers, Canadian families and industries get through what we know is a bit of a challenging time for our country. But before I get into a lot of the measures here, what I find necessary to point out is that in Finance Committee, unfortunately last week we had the Conservatives expend 25 hours of parliamentary resources filibustering this bill. We saw them move sub-amendment after sub-amendment after sub-amendment on one amendment that they had provided. They were not translated. So this meant that this was used as a stall tactic to hold up this bill. And, the bill, as I said, has a number of economic measures that are important for Canadians. We also heard Conservatives in that filibuster talk about everything from elephants to Spider-Man to FIFA security to trees falling in the forest. We had many irrelevant points, many points of order that I had to call to keep us on track. So when members opposite, as they did yesterday, stand up and complain about not having enough time to debate important bills and legislation, maybe they should prioritize committee time, which is designed specifically to study those bills and get into those debates and not waste those parliamentary resources and then complain about it afterwards. And we found out at the end of that filibuster that, in fact, the stall tactics that they used were not actually about the C-30 bill. So all of it was under the cover of wanting to debate clauses and provide sub-amendments. But we found out on the record when one of the Conservative members finally stated that this was actually about holding our committee hostage to extract and force out of the government concessions on another bill, C-22, related to lawful access. And lawful access, obviously, is something that we all, on this side of the House, want to provide law enforcement so they can do the important investigative work to crack down on organized crime in this country. Now, I'll just say Bill C-30 has measures that are important for us to get done before the House rises. It includes the suspending the excise tax on fuel, extending that to aviation fuel. It includes a cap on excise tax for alcohol, wine, spirits, etc., beer. Craft brewers have been asking for this. Obviously, it's a cap at 2% of the escalator on the excise tax on alcohol. We've also extended the grace period for repayment of RRSP withdrawals for Canadians that are able to access their RRSPs to purchase a first home. We are extending and making permanent, I should say, the capital gains exemption for employee ownership trusts and workers' cooperatives for businesses that are owned and operated by individuals who want to sell to their employees. So this is a really great measure. It's something I've advocated for strongly. We're also lowering CPP contributions by 40 basis points, which members opposite had time to talk about in committee, and I can speak more at length, but it's an important, I would say a small, but important measure to help workers to lower those contributions in a way that doesn't compromise the Canada Pension Plan in any way, shape, or form. So that's good. The labor mobility tax deduction is also being enhanced in this bill. It has moved from $4,000 per year to $10,000 a year. So for skilled trades workers that travel for work, they will now be able to write off the expenses of up to $10,000 in a single year. So that's significant support. It's $6,000 more per year of support. Basically, at their hard-earned dollars, they'll have more of those hard-earned dollars to spend on or spend how they choose. We've also extended EI support for seasonal workers. We've offered immediate expensing for greenhouses. If colleagues will remember, immediate expensing was a feature in the budget 2025 that was very important, I would suggest, because it allows businesses in a time of great uncertainty to make capital investments in improving their businesses at a time where there's a lot of uncertainty that wouldn't happen otherwise. And what we've done is move forward with a number of immediate expensing measures that include research and development, include IP protection, include new IT technology, include other forms of energy efficiency measures that businesses can implement. It also includes new equipment and machinery. So we've extended this now to greenhouses. Obviously, this will help and is integrated in our national food security strategy as well, as a measure that I think will help growers and producers in Canada, basically build more greenhouses with being able to write that off as a business expense in year one. So these measures, the immediate expensing measures, have already had an effect in the economy. We see business investment in two categories rising at a pretty steep rate, so over 10% in both new machinery and equipment and IP protection. So those two categories are specifically covered under the immediate expensing measures that we're now enhancing for greenhouses. We also made some changes to the Bank Act and the Transportation Act. Both of these measures are small but significant. I think with the Transportation Act, the minister will now be able to request information from airports and allowing better policy development. So these are a list of just a high-level overview of the measures that are in C30 that I think are very meaningful for workers and families and Canadians across the country. And they're part of our plan to get the Canadian economy through a challenging period while we step up to support in multiple ways. Obviously, the world order is a bit fractured right now. There's lots of uncertainty, but our government is grounded in trying to support greater self-sufficiency, domestic resilience, strengthen the economy, and we can handle the upheaval that's happening around the world and get the Canadian economy through what is a challenging time. So Bill C-30 is a part of that plan. And again, Mr. Speaker, I'll mention in a little bit more detail some of the measures that are in it. So one of the measures that I've mentioned here is Bill C-30 proposes a temporary suspension of the federal fuel excise tax to 0 cents per liter, effectively on gasoline and diesel fuel nationwide. This provides savings of 10 cents per liter on gasoline and 4 cents per liter on diesel from April 20th, 2026 through to Labor Day. The bill would also extend this suspension to the excise tax on aviation fuel over the same period to help mitigate the very high costs for jet fuel. Maybe I'll also just take a minute here before my time runs out and just speak to the labor mobility tax deduction. Again, I think this is a really key measure for our skilled trades workers. We see the Canadian economy being more resilient than anticipated by anybody that did projections. We saw 88,000 new jobs in the last labor market survey that was done. That's good news for Canadians. There's 27,000 of those jobs are in the construction industry, which is great news, for the Canadian economy, especially when the construction season is underway here and we want to build Canada up. And there's much work in developing the infrastructure and housing, defense capabilities, et cetera, that the country needs. So having a labor mobility tax deduction is good news for many of those workers who may need or want to travel to contribute to Build Canada Strong. As we build that infrastructure, there will be more jobs for Canadians, and we'll see those job numbers increase, I'm sure, in months ahead. But it's good news to be able to write off another $6,000 of any of their travel expenses and living expenses due to having to travel for work is a really great measure that keeps more money in their pockets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Some comments here. Honourable Member for Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his speech and actually admitting in his words that we're in a bit of a challenging time for our country. His terminology for this may be a little bit off when we have seniors having to live in their vehicles because they can't afford rent. We've got record numbers of working people and young families relying on food banks just so that they can survive because of the ever-increasing cost of living that's been happening over the last 10 plus years. So I'd like to ask the member if he would like to clarify for this House and for Canadians which government has been in power for the last 10, now almost 11 years, I guess, and is responsible for this challenging time, as he puts it.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know where the member opposite lives exactly, or what world he's living in, but to say that global shocks to the Canadian economy that put challenges on Canadian families is the government's fault is just lunacy, if you ask me. I think Canadians out there know the reality is the country and the world is going through a number of global shocks. Every single country that I talked to at the OECD is going through exactly the same things. Our government is stepping up to help Canadians, to meet them where they're at, to offer affordability measures and supports while we boost the Canadian economy with new investment within our fiscal capacity, which is the responsible thing to do.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is a friend, so when I say a friend, it isn't just rhetoric. But I am disappointed because when C-30 was first tabled, I asked the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Finance if it wouldn't be wise to remove Division 8 from an omnibus budget bill so that the pesticide provisions would not just be studied by the Finance Committee, but go to the appropriate Committee of Environment or Health. At the time, he said he would get back to me. I don't blame him that he didn't have time, and certainly I know those decisions aren't necessarily made by the Parliamentary Secretary for Finance at all. But does he now not regret having heard how significant the concerns are from across this country that this bill was not properly studied, at least that Division 8 received no expert review at all?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I definitely sympathize with the member's predicament here, and you know, with the motion that was used to program our time at the Finance Committee came from the Conservatives. We agreed to a programming motion. What I'm saying is the truth, which is that the motion that we agreed to program our time at the Finance Committee to study Bill C-30 was provided by the Conservatives, was proposed by the Conservatives that we agreed to. So the committee came to consensus on how many hours it was going to spend, on how much witness testimony, what ministers were going to come, and that's exactly what we followed through with.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. L'honorable député de Beauport.
Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his excellent speech. We went through the many hours spent in the filibuster at the Finance Committee, but I'd like to know how all those hours were for him when the bill didn't move forward, nothing moved forward because of the opposition's obstruction, and bearing in mind what our families are going through and seniors are going through right now. I'd like to know how he felt during all of those hours. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. I felt sort of embarrassed for the Conservatives because they were on camera in public meetings, embarrassing themselves, you know, as they filibuster a bill and waste parliamentary resources, and then stand up in this House and claimed that they needed more time for debate, that these bills hadn't been studied. Again, the programming motion was from the Conservatives. We agreed to the time frame and the process of how we were going to study Bill C-30, and then they wasted 25 hours of time to block Bill C-30 in times when...
If the member can ask a very brief question, the member for Vancouver East.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. The Indian Residential School Survivor Society has provided support to Indigenous peoples harmed by Canada's colonial systems. They were actually promised by the Indigenous Services Canada that they would receive confirmation for their 2-year funding by mid-May. To date, there's been no action, and the funding ended on July 1st. Can the Parliamentary Secretary explain why?
Very brief response, Parliamentary Secretary.
I would have to get back to the member opposite on that particular question, but I know our minister has spoken to this in question period and answered the member's questions.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since this is the last time I rise to speak in the House before the summer, I would like to take a moment to pay tribute to all of those who we sometimes see less, but without whom our work here would be impossible. Every day, behind each of our interventions, debates, votes, committee work, there are hundreds of dedicated professionals who take care of the proper functioning of this institutions. I'm talking about interpreters, clerks, security officers, IT officers, the admin support personnel, the transportation, communications, so many other members of this House of Commons personnel. I'm thinking about all the public servants in the various departments who work rigorously, professionally, and with impartiality to serve the Canadian population. They have an immense impact. And thanks to their expertise, their patience and commitment, we can accomplish our mandate to represent Canadians and move forward files that are important for Canadians. On behalf of all the members, I would like to express to them our great gratitude. Their commitment contributes every day to the vitality of our democracy and to the strength of our institutions. I'd also like to underscore the exceptional work of our writing teams and of our parliamentary offices. They welcome Canadians. They support people in their efforts with the department and allow people to be on the ground. And when we are here in Ottawa, they often bring forward concerns from Canadians, and they're the last ones to leave at night when a file has to be solved. And we appreciate their compassion and professionalism, and they make a real difference in the lives of thousands of Canadians. We all are lucky to be supported by such competent and caring individuals to move files forward. And I'd like to sincerely thank all of these men and women who serve our democracy with discretion, commitment, and compassion. I am very proud to be working with all of them, all of my team. So today I will be talking about the spring economic update from an angle that affects me particularly as a father and grandfather, i.e. young people.
The youth are the future. They will build our country in a world in turmoil. Youth encompass what is best of Canada: openness, ambition and diversity. They have ideas, opinions, talent, and they're scared of nothing. They want to contribute, they want to build, they want to innovate. They want a country that gives them a real opportunity to succeed. Above all, they want to contribute. They want to work. This spring, Mr. Speaker, the government confirmed the need in investing in them, making sure that no youth feels abandoned by the government. With the current and potential future issues, and that's what the economic update offers through a number of important measures. The Canada Strong plan that will hire up to 100,000 specialized young workers by 2030. This will help our next generation whilst protecting our prosperity and our resilience. So we're investing now in jobs. This project offers Canadian workers a paid trajectory that directly leads to essential jobs, modernize our infrastructure, and reinforce our security. With paid internships, a $5,000 bonus for Red Seal. We are giving youth the tools they need to become specialized in a domain that they are passionate in. Then we have education. Mr. Speaker, the OECD says that Canada has the most educated population in the world. It's a huge source of wealth, but it means nothing if young people can't contribute. No one in Canada should have to abandon their studies because they don't have the means to pay for them. That is why we're extending the increase in bursaries and loan-free, interest-free loans, rather. This is a direct investment in our youth and their potential so they can flourish and work for our economic development. Young families are also facing an increase in the cost of living because of a number of issues out of our control. There's been an increase in the cost of living. We are increasing the number of rental units. We're reducing the cost of construction. There's also a national project for food in school, which allow 400,000 children to have access to healthy meals. $800 a year in savings for parents. We are also strengthening the Canada Childcare Benefit, the dental care benefit. Mr. Speaker, this economic update is not only a financial plan, it's a commitment for our youth. It's a message of hope, of trust and responsibility, because the future of Canada is unpredictable. It can be built, and it will be built with our youth. Earlier, I talked about Red Seal. Red Seal represents Canadian excellence in a number of fields. It proves that a worker has reached the highest level of skill. Electricians, solderers, industrial mechanics, woodworkers. Someone with a Red Seal can practice their trade from coast to coast to coast. It allows workers to seize opportunities where they are available, and employers can have access to recognized skill, irrespective of where they are in the country. Beyond the certification itself, the Red Seal is a symbol. It reminds us that excellence doesn't limit itself to laboratories or the classroom. It can be found in our workshops and in our factories. In my riding of Beauport-Limoilou, like elsewhere in Quebec and Canada, many companies keep mentioning how difficult it is to hire skilled workers that are essential for our economy, for our capacity to build quicker and to innovate. That is why we're continuing to highlight specialized careers to help those here and those who seek to join Canada to help. Canada has what the world needs. That is the case in clean energy and in conventional energy. We have a privileged access to international markets thanks to free trade with countries that represent more than 1.5 billion consumers. The results are already being felt. Over the 12 last months alone, Canada signed close to 20 new economic and defense agreements with international partners. This contributed to bringing $97 billion in foreign investment in our economy, and that's just the start. Next September, our government will attend the very first Canada Investment Summit, which will gather investors, businesses, institutional partners, in order to put forward Canada's unique opportunities. We have the resources, we have the talent, we have the institutions, we have economic stability, and the political stability that investors are looking for. Now we also have a clear plan to transform this advantage into growth, into better paid jobs, and into sustainable prosperity for the generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola.
It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola. Before I begin, Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize the life of Ping Beaton. She was a devoted wife and mother. I give my deepest condolences to her husband, Lawrence, who taught me in high school, and her daughter, Geraldine. May perpetual light shine upon her. With the greatest of respect to my colleague, I have to say that that sounded like a speech that was provided by a bureaucrat. He talked about the Canada Investment Summit. Can he tell us where that's taking place, please?
Beauport, Limoilieu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. As mentioned, the summit will happen in Canada. Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, Canada. I said $97 billion earlier. That's investments that Canada already has, and every single week, Mr. Speaker, it's billions and billions more because we have economic stability and political stability.
Commentaire, l'honorable
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would love to live in this same dream country that my colleague has dreamt up, but I think the reality is a bit different to what he said in his speech. To come back to Bill C-30, in Bill C-30, it is implied that the government could privatise certain airports. What does my colleague think about this? Would privatising Quebec Airport make him happy? The Ombudsman for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my honourable colleague for his question. I will start with the first part of his question. He talked about a dream country. It's strange because I thought that he was talking to himself because what I understand from the Bloc, they have just been whining about C-30, but they've made no proposals. No amendments were put forward by the Bloc Québécois for C-30, not a single amendment. All they did was vote against measures, sometimes for, sometimes against, but against its final form. But no proposals were made. We live in the real world. We even made amendments that the opposition agreed with.
Winnipeg North.
Speaker, I'd like to pick up on my friend's comments when he said we live in the real world. And the real world is actually looking pretty good in terms of where Canada is since the last federal election, when we have a prime minister that has actually been out and about attracting literally billions of dollars of commitments of investment. We have numerous trade and defense agreements, 20. We have passed trade bills. We have passed all sorts of substantive legislation to be able to deal with not only building a strong economic Canada, but also to deal with other aspects of building a stronger Canada. I'm wondering if there's, over the last years, anything that the member would like to be able to highlight from his perspective.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Indeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his question. When I arrived in the world of politics, I wanted to do the same as I did in the private sector. Money has to be spent here in Canada. I come from Quebec. Beauport-Limoilou is in Quebec. We need to spend in our country. Money has to be spent here in Canada. And what I'm happy to see in this government is that we are investing in our infrastructure for the future of our children. So we have to conjugate short, medium, and long-term investments, and that is exactly what we are doing. There are long-term announcements, there are middle-term announcements, there are short-term announcements. $2.75 billion invested for the Quebec Tramway, for example, that will bring billions in investments in housing in the area. So government investments multiply through private investments as well, and that's how we build Canada.
Very, very brief.
Bill C-30 contains new provisions under the Privacy Act and the Transportation Act to assess the full value of our our publicly owned airports. Rumors in British Columbia dictate that part of the new security agreement with China would allow Chinese companies to buy airports in Canada. Can the member confirm or deny this?
L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member, 20 seconds. Thank you. I would like to tell my colleague that he should go back to read C-30. How many amendments the Conservatives actually kept? a grand total of 0 were kept. The amendments were only tabled to carry out obstruction. They were all taken back as well.
Resuming debate. Reprise débat. The honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to start off by saying I'll be sharing my time with the member from Richmond, Arthabaska. It is with great honor that I rise in this House to speak on behalf of the hardworking folks of Elmwood, Transcona. My speech today will center on the Spring Economic Statement with specific focus on the updates regarding trades and labour. Before becoming a Member of Parliament, I worked as a construction electrician. My last day on a ladder was actually March 21st of 2025, just 2 days before the election was called. And I'm still the sitting Vice President of my local IBW 2085 in Winnipeg. Here, here. When I reviewed the Spring Economic Update, I was thankful to see some efforts that would benefit Red Seal tradespeople. Through a plan to recruit and train 80,000 to 100,000 new Red Seal skilled trades workers by 2030 with a 50% reduction in time. To do this, the Liberal government wants to give Red Seal tradespeople a national registered apprenticeship number. However, the major problem is that that would arise as that different jurisdictions have different rules in place that would need to be addressed before any interprovincial harmonization could take place. Furthermore, following the implementation of this plan, the Liberal government wants to have more training and exams to be online. As we learned during COVID, online training isn't really effective for the trades. Trades training requires real-life scenarios and hands-on instruction. These critical classes must continue to be taught in person so that apprentices can receive training in real-world environments and so that they can become comfortable with the powerful equipment they'll be operating. Right off the bat, the online testing plan and secure credentials are going to have adverse effects on trades workers who were trained under the current system. As I said, different jurisdictions have different certification processes and training requirements. According to the Liberal government, their goal is to build one Canadian economy instead of 13. The unintended consequence of this is that a national registered apprenticeship number forces a top-down standardized system that will not have automatic buy-in from the provinces. Extensive consultation will be required with all the provinces to get their buy-in on a national apprenticeship system. It's a little bit of a cart before the horse thing. Furthermore, there were several active federal apprenticeship grants that were shut down by the current Liberal government without justification. Just 1 year ago, in 2025, the Apprenticeship Incentive Grant, the Apprenticeship Incentive Grant for Women, and the Apprenticeship Completion Grant were all shut down. Also, in 2024, the Apprenticeship Service Program was shut down. All these programs, which were designed to support apprentices through their education, were very important to young Canadians looking to break into the trades, supports that I personally relied on when I was an apprentice. Yet they were all closed by the Liberal government. Now, the Liberal government has decided to enact the Build Canada Apprenticeship Service with a new announcement of the same apprenticeship grant they cancelled just 1 year ago. They're essentially trying to take credit for creating a program exactly the same as the one they shut down. So while they are patting themselves on the back, many apprentices who relied on that funding left their journey in the Canadian trades because the government turned their back on them. The cuts undoubtedly had significant impacts on apprentices who were already in the training program. In a 2025 article, the Progressive Contractors Association of Canada pleaded for the government not to abandon apprenticeship supports, explaining that 70% of apprentices used the original Apprenticeship Incentive Grant. This was to cover the cost of training expenses like tools, and 32% used part of the grant for general living costs. We need to support Canadians who are eager to build. The last thing the Liberal government should be doing is turning their back on them. Back in 2024, I read a Global News article titled "Manitoba Stakeholders Concerned as Federal Government Tosses Apprenticeship Grants." This article predicted the very concerns that trade workers had with the government's decision to cut the apprenticeship grants. Daryl Harrison, Director of Stakeholder Engagement with the Winnipeg Construction Association, was interviewed in this article and said, "The removal of this grant seems like a backward step to us. Many apprentices counted on receiving the grant from the government, and not needing to get a loan. Curtis Haynes, an electrical apprentice at the time, he stated that losing the apprenticeship incentive grant may have been a deal breaker for many of his peers and colleagues who had other financial responsibilities like bills and young families. When I started in the electrical trade myself, I was a late bloomer to the trade with small children and needed every dollar of support that I could get. Those grants helped me make ends meet, and many of my classmates at the time relied on those same supports. Another piece of worker policy in the spring economic update that I want to address is this Liberal government's promise to quicken the process of training new Red Seal skilled trades workers by 50%. Rushing the training of Red Seal trades workers can have negative impacts on their education, especially when it comes to their safety training. It's clear to me that the Liberals want to treat workers as inputs on a spreadsheet. Get them certified as quickly as possible so we can get each unit underway regardless of the risk, when in reality it is important for the apprentices to have the quality education and training that prepares them for the job site. Job sites can often be a dangerous workplace. Another major issue in that spring economic update that fails to mention is that there has not been any additional funding for seats in post-secondary institutions that provide training. For example, in Manitoba, Red River College Polytechnic, a post-secondary institution offering many skilled trades programs, has been forced to temporarily shut down certain programs because of inconsistent messaging around support from the federal government. On top of program cancellations, the post-secondary institutions had to reduce seat capacity and cut the number of students accepted into the programs. Many instructors have been laid off due to course cancellations. Many programs have waiting lists but can't expand capacity because the spring economic statement only expanded funding to a portion of the training journey of an apprentice. Red River is hardly the only one. Many trades colleges across Canada have faced similar issues. The reality is that there seems to be a disconnect between what the Liberal government plans on doing and the situation that we are currently facing on the ground. The Liberals are claiming that they want to add a significant amount of new Red Seal trained trades workers, yet educational institutes no longer have the resources nor capacity to welcome new students. The Liberals have no plan to address these shortages, and the longer they continue to ignore what's happening on the ground, the more unrealistic their targets will become. This sounds familiar. Their plan also fails to explain how they will make sure that skilled trades workers will continue having good paying and reliable jobs available to them in Canada. In the spring economic update, the Liberal Party claims that with the Team Canada Strong plan, they will be creating clear pathways for young Canadians to get into good jobs. They are quite sure that these job opportunities will arise, yet they are simply ignoring the fact that according to Stats Can, there are 207,000 unemployed Canadians in the trades right now. How can Canadian workers have faith in the system when the system's not interested in looking out for them? The unfortunate reality is that after we worked with the Liberals to pass Bill C-5 nearly 1 year ago, giving them sweeping infrastructure powers with the development of the Major Projects Office, nothing has come of it. It's a shame that we are not building in this country. After 11 years of inaction, we have simply fallen behind globally. For those who aren't familiar with the trades, apprenticeship training can be broken down into two main sections: technical training in the classroom and field hours on the job site. Field hours are the most important part of any apprenticeship training in the trades, and without adequate field hours, an apprentice will not secure their Red Seal. Simply put, apprentices need jobs in order to continue building infrastructure in Canada. So with the lack of jobs, apprentices are having greater difficulty completing their training. The Liberals can throw all the money at training and programs that they want. However, if we want to truly support the workers of tomorrow, we need to get trades jobs flowing in Canada. The Liberals should be focusing on finding solutions to the problems they've ignored over the last decade. It is not enough to just encourage young Canadians looking to get into the trades as possible future to get certified, only to find out that they won't be able to find job opportunities. The road back to this mess starts with supporting trades colleges, ensuring that apprentice funding remains constant. A clear promise to never cut trades funding again and to push to get major projects going and to get jobs flowing back here in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want the member to recognize in regards to the degree in which the Conservative Party always tends to want to talk down the economy, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, it brings me to yesterday when we found out that, you know, the Prime Minister goes to the G7. 13 new deals signed off. Countries like Japan, Italy, Denmark, France, Germany, Netherlands, and Portugal. $5 billion worth of agreements. Take a look at the major projects that are coming down the line. Well over $100 billion in the coming years. In terms of the export trade opportunities, foreign investment reaching record highs coming to Canada. Investing in Canadians is something in which we're doing. That's going to expand the opportunities. We just brought in housing component of $1.7 billion. Ontario's market's going in.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
I'd like to thank the honourable member from Winnipeg North for the question. These are all things that are going to be coming maybe one day in the future. The spring economic statement we're debating today, we're talking about tradespeople today, and those tradespeople don't have jobs.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Manitoulin, Sudbury East, Manitoulin, Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for his remarks. As a tradesman himself, he knows the importance of hands-on experience. With so much discussion about the Red Seal program and Bill C-30, would he speak to how essential access to jobs is for apprentices to complete their training and succeed in the skilled trades?
Great question.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
It's very crucial it's a crucial part of trades training. As an apprentice, you get about 300 hours in school and 1,800 hours per level in the field. Without jobs, you're not going to have the 1,800 hours and you will never complete a Red Seal.
Commentaire, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Press hearing the member from Winnipeg Transcona talking about his personal background. I've been impressed when traveling in Winnipeg with the co-op work in housing and building using prison labor by Sean Loney. I wonder if the honourable member, as someone experienced in the trades, thinks that holds promise for getting tradespeople into a field where we have a lot of skills gaps right now.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question. I think that supporting trades in any way that we can and also supporting building homes is always a good thing. Thank you for the question.
Commentaire, the honourable député.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on the provision in C-30 which gives ministers the authority to order that a pesticide which has been refused by Health Canada can be used. Does he not think that that's a slippery slope?
Transcona.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question. I'll be honest, I'm a Red Seal electrician. I really don't know anything about pesticides, to be honest with you.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. A point of order.
If I may, Mr. Speaker, I misspoke. The term prison labor has connotations that I did not intend. That the projects I mentioned in home building in Winnipeg involve people who've been convicted of crimes, serve their sentences, and then avoid recidivism by building homes. Thank you.
Thank you, member, for a clarification. A question and comment. Member for Wellington Halton Hills North. Brief question.
Mr. Speaker, business capital investment declined 0.7% last quarter, the fifth consecutive quarterly decline. This is reported by Statistics Canada on May 29th. Would the member comment?
The member for Elmwood Transcona.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question. In construction, the first thing that businesses do when we enter a recession is to stop building. They stop reinvesting, and when business investment declines, so does construction, and in turn trades jobs. So this is definitely a big concern. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise débat. L'honorable député de Richmond.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, allow me to talk to you about a colleague who we all appreciate, our colleague Bernard Généreux. He experienced something bad last week, and I'd like to congratulate Lauriane, his staffer, who acted very quickly and with great calm. Otherwise, Bernard Généreux might not be here with us today, so I thank Lauriane. I'd also like to thank colleagues on both sides who wrote to Bernard to wish him a quick recovery. We can set aside partisanship when we need to, and we've seen that everyone in Ottawa appreciates Bernard, our Conservative colleague. Also, on behalf of all parliamentarians, we wish Bernard a swift recovery. Please rest up and come back in great shape in the fall. Cheers, my friend.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to rise to speak to C30, the Economic Update Implementation Act. The parliamentary session is coming to a close. Members will return to their ridings. I'd like to take advantage of this solemn occasion to look at the track record of these past few weeks. The key word is respect, or rather, there's been a significant lack of respect, a calculated, insulting lack of respect from the Liberal government, which every day has been disrespecting all Canadians, all of us, and our institutions. Parliament is a sacred place, Mr. Speaker. 343 members who were duly elected meet here to share the voices and concerns of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. This place is the beating heart of our democracy. Yet, what the Liberals have done throughout the session, or rather throughout the past 2 weeks, is they have stifled democratic debate. They have imposed gag orders through brutal time allocation motions. They have shut down debate on legislation which is critical to our country's future. Time allocation on C14, C26, C20, C9, and time allocation on C30. Mr. Speaker, elected officials did not have sufficient time to study legislation, question experts in committee, or move amendments on bungled sections of legislation. Here's a question, Mr. Speaker, and millions of taxpayers are asking themselves the same question. The question is, how can Canadians trust the Liberals to manage their money? That is an essential question. Conservatives are asking this question on behalf of Canadians who are still waiting to hear the answer. But this government's disrespect doesn't stop there, because this government has shown that it doesn't have an ounce of respect for taxpayer money. Taxpayers' money ends up in Ottawa, and taxpayers expect Ottawa to handle their money properly, to offer them services, quality services. But what the Liberals have done is grow the bureaucracy, and there have been financial fiascos too. The facts are clear. For instance, Kiram software, the budget was 1.6. It ended up costing 1.6 billion, so there was a cost overrun. The Liberals did not denounce it and say that it was unacceptable. They did not call for an investigation. Rather, they, in the budget, added another $500,000 for the project. And people have said that they don't need more money. They need to be heard. They need to be listened to. I have employees who work with the Kiram software who've written to me, and I've spoken with them on the phone as well. My employees have told me that the system does not work, but no one is listening to them. I reached out to the minister. I said, Minister, let's go together to meet employees who are using Curam so that they can explain to us what is not working well so that you can fix it, so that you can fix what's broken. But the minister refused to work with me. There are employees who are ready to work with us to help the Liberal government put an end to this fiasco, but they're not being heard. There's another financial scandal, too. A private company which rents a lot for $13,500, and then they turn around and rent that to the federal government for $20 million a year for 10 years. That's $200 million. Then the government says to Canadians, well, why don't you send us some of your hard-earned paycheck and we'll use it well, really well. It's embarrassing, Mr. Speaker. It's an embarrassment. I asked the minister some very clear questions. I asked who signed the contract, who read the contract, when did the minister meet with that business? I received no reply. Mr. Speaker, for years now, we've had the good fortune of having social media to know how Canadians feel. And Canadians are outraged. They write to me and they say, Eric, did they answer you? Did they tell you who signed the contract? Why can't they tell you who signed the contract? It is an outrageous lack of transparency from this government. People are telling us that the Curam software is not working. Employees, they say to the government, I know the system, I've been working with it for years, I can help you. You would expect ministers to say, well, great, thank you. Let's meet with them. They can tell us how to fix things because it's our job to ensure that things are fixed. But they're not fixing the system. They're not fixing the software. There are public servants offering to help us, and the government and its ministers are refusing to meet with them. And that type of government management is frustrating to Canadians. The way we're being treated is frustrating. I asked the minister about the lease, and the minister replied by saying, I will meet with astronauts. No, not astronauts. Managers, because our role is to manage the money that Canadians entrust us with to manage as proper money managers and to use that money well, to offer Canadians services which are of the quality that they should be given how much money taxpayers give us. No, the government, rather, is muzzling the opposition, imposing time allocation motion after time allocation motion. That's how they're running things here. It's disrespectful to Canadians and to the money they entrust to us. Mr. Speaker, we will be returning to our ridings. We will be out on the ground with our constituents. I hope Liberals will also go out and meet with Canadians and truly listen to them. Mr. Speaker, I've had the privilege of being a municipal, provincial, and federal elected official. And I always say that it is an incredible privilege to be the eyes, ears, and voice of our constituents. I hope that the Liberals will be the eyes, ears, and voice of their constituents this summer. What they will hear on the ground, though, will probably surprise them. They will hear that Canadians do not support misuse and mismanagement of their money. Canadians don't appreciate that, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, here's what I hope for us when we return to Parliament in the fall. I hope that the government will respect Parliament. I hope that the government will honestly answer questions asked to it, that there will be true answers. I hope that the government will invest in the community rather than ballooning bureaucracy. I hope that in the fall, the government will manage public money responsibly, properly, and transparently, because that money belongs to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, those tuning in today, they might say, well, Eric, that's quite a lofty dream. Mr. Speaker, you know what? We on this side of the House will always be here to stand up for Canadians and to demand sound management of their money. Questions and comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the last election, just over a year ago, when Canadians voted for our current Prime Minister and a new government, what we have been doing is listening to the people of Canada. You will see the listening in every aspect of our legislative agenda, our budgetary measures. People are genuinely concerned about issues of the economy, tariffs and trade, and President Trump. They're concerned about the issue of crime. And if you take a look at the legislative agenda and the budget, you will find that it's a reflection of what Canadians have been telling us during the last federal election and since then. And I'm wondering if the member could say the same thing about the Conservative Party, as the government has had a very difficult time getting its agenda through.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I won't be taking any lessons from the member across the way. The member who said that nobody in his riding is affected by Curam. 40,000 seniors have been waiting to receive their money for 8 or 9 months, and the government whip had to correct him. So I won't be taking any lessons from him, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his speech. I appreciate the colleague. He's very lively. He's right to bring up these time allocation motions because it's a very unfortunate situation. The Liberal government will beat the Stephen Harper Conservative record for time allocation motions. So I believe that's accurate in terms of time allocation motion records. Now, should we authorize the minister to authorize pesticides which have been refused by Health Canada? Now, an earlier colleague said, I don't know anything about pesticides, so I can't answer. Well, that's the very problem, because the minister doesn't know the first thing about pesticides either. It's very worrisome. What does the member think about that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, sorry. I thank my colleague for his question. When it comes to the environment, it's all very important. Currently, Canadians do not have confidence in the current government. They don't have confidence in the government when it comes to handling many files, including this one. I thank the colleague for the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And all we hear from the Liberal government is how great they are. The government is doing so great. My question is simple for my colleague. If the government is doing so great, why are so many Canadian citizens struggling every single day?
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker. Well, this Liberal government needs to take advantage of the upcoming summer to come back, to go out and see Canadians on the ground and tell them what my colleague has just said. People cannot pay their groceries, they cannot pay for their rent, and even last night, a 53-year-old man wrote to me. He had to go back to live with his mother. Even though he's working, he cannot pay for rent. And it's time for the Liberals to go back out and listen to Canadians and hear from them.
Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And Mr. Speaker, we recall that the United Nations Special Rapporteur warned that Canada's temporary foreign worker program can create conditions resembling modern-day slavery. Well, last month, the Sand Group, a company operating in Port Alberni, was fined $429,000 and banned for 2 years for serious violations involving migrant workers. My office met with those workers, and they were terrified. They feared losing their jobs, their status, and the money they borrowed to come to Canada. It was NGOs, the Salvation Army, Michael Ramsey, and Kim Tran, a local Vietnamese interpreter, that stepped up and helped out because the federal government wasn't there to support these migrant workers that were trying to get help. A 2-year ban certainly isn't enough. Exploited workers deserve timely support, open permits, and a pathway to permanency. I'll ask you through, Mr. Speaker, does my colleague agree that this program needs to be fixed and there needs to be funding to support workers?
The honourable member for Richmond, Arthur Baskin, 45 seconds. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What we think in terms of temporary foreign workers, it would have been good to have a way of respecting the quality of life and of these workers, and it's the quality of life that's above all important in Canada. The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure for me today to rise in this Parliament today, as we hope very ardently that it's the last of the session. But I'd like to say from the onset that I'll be sharing my time with a very charming and agreeable colleague from Côte-Nord. So to begin with, I would also like to make some thanks to people, everyone around us, the House personnel, the interpreters above all, and also people in my riding who work for us, Lynn, Dominique, Xavier, Victor, Thierry, who does both, who works here and there in a riding, Carl, Paul, Steve, Marilyn, Marjorie, Michel, and Benjamin. We have a whole team behind us, Mr. Speaker, and I would be remiss to talk about people in my riding, people of Berthier-Maskinongé, for whom I hope they'll be able to find some rest this summer and recharge their batteries. And I would really love to meet you on the ground at various events to benefit from our lovely region. So I hope to see you in the coming weeks, or perhaps at various festivals in the fall, anywhere in this wonderful region of Berthier-Maskinongé. It's really important to get out to visit our markets. People who go to these markets, they feed our regions, and you'll eat better if you shop at these markets. It's better for your health. It's not more expensive, and it brings wonderful momentum to our regions. So I encourage you all to go to frequent markets, and I hope you'll be able to chat with you if I bump into you there, and I would really love that. So my job today is to talk about C30. It's somewhat less amusing, but C30 did not take account of the Bloc's requests. C30 was tabled after the government, through discussions in the halls. Well, I'm not sure, I don't have any proof, but there were obviously some procedural discussions to change things, and they modified the result of the election. It's not serious if you negotiate things and change things. You have to work together. I am a politician that thinks the election campaign lasts a year and a half, and we are supposed to work together, but the Bloc, the Conservatives, and all the independent members to move forward this bill and work for the common good. We shouldn't be crossing the floor to allow this government to decide everything. That's not what the Canadians gave to this government. That's not the mandate they gave them. So I will speak against it as long as I can. So Bill C-30 has a lot of problematic provisions, namely with respect to pesticides. I asked questions to colleagues previously about this during their speeches. Agri-food, agriculture is really close to my heart, and artisans in these industries are very close to my heart, and it's for them I speak today. As a former critic in this sector, we try to really study these issues. And what is deplorable when we bring farmers to committee, they keep saying, stop. I haven't met one farmer that doesn't care about people's health or the environment. But the government today is speaking for them. And the exercise we saw earlier is quite astounding because of what we're seeing in this House. I asked my colleague a question, what do you think of this? We're authorized a minister to authorize a pesticide that was refused by Health Canada. I'm sorry. I appreciated the very honest response from my colleague, but it's very telling because the minister doesn't know about this either. He was appointed because of regional representation, whether we have gender equality in the cabinet. All of that's normal. It's part of politics. But they're not all microbiologists or specialists in terms of products and their impact on the environment. We're not just talking about environment, but also producers who will be applying these products on their fields. So we can't just authorize anything. We won't be any further ahead if people get sick in coming years. I don't want to be populist here, but Mr. Speaker, I have to say that I see this very slippery slope ahead of me, and it would be very easy to fall into populism with bills like this. But what I deplore, and as I said earlier, even more vehemently, is the fact that they're gagging the opposition. My previous colleague talked about it. There's 10 bills that have been subject to closure, and now we're kind of beating the record of the Stephen Harper government. Wow. And I'm looking at my colleagues who are laughing. The Liberals will even be better than the Harper government at that. It's atrocious. So when we say that we have kind of a conservative prime minister who's kind of hiding as a liberal, seem to be disguised as a liberal. So when we have these conservative measures, well, we want to say no. I have an objective analysis here of the current parliament and its makeup. That's absolutely crazy. So I go back to pesticides. For the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, they want to change their mandate. It's not just food safety that should be important, but also the economic strength. They may not get sick if they eat certain products, so let's just let it go, they say. But how can you interpret that? I'm not inventing this. I saw it earlier in one extract of this bill. This is absolutely insane. I can't imagine that we're pushing through a bill like this. What surprises me above all is that there is not a lot of reaction here in the media or in the general public, because people are starting to go to barbecues and they're not really following what's happening here. But it will have an impact, and we'll see in how much time we will see these negative impacts. And then the minister said, okay, we'll just... These are issues. These are real issues. I had conversations, exchanges with the member for Alberta in recent years who talked about an important issue with invasive species in the field, and they asked me to approve a product that I don't know. We really have to rely on Health Canada, on the specialists who are... And it's the same thing here in the House. During the pandemic, our Conservative friends were asking us to move motions to remove health measures in planes. And we were one of the last states to loosen the rules. But no one is a specialist here. We're not epidemiologists. We all come from different backgrounds. We're elected officials. So we said, yes, we agree on the principle, but we have to agree with a public health agency. We can't just do anything. We should also apply this sentence. We have to follow the recommendations of the specialists. The problem is not that the scientists in these agencies are not good. It's just there's a lack of resources, so they're not as efficient. I'll give you a very clear example. Last week, I saw that finally this agency allowed a pilot project, and I'm just weighing my words as a parliamentarian, but they've allowed a pilot projects to spread pesticides with drones. These pesticides have been dispersed for years by plane in a much higher level, and now in 5 years. We know we can do this with drones, or small, localized doses, exactly where we need them in the fields. And that's what we were denouncing. There's a lack of efficiency, coherency. We can't just give any minister the power to make just any decision. This is absolutely nonsensical. It's the end of the session. We've got all sorts of closure motions, and it is my duty as a citizen who has the environment and the health of our citizens at heart and the farmers at heart. I want to protect the future of our children and grandchildren, so I have to inform people about this. It's very serious, Mr. Speaker, very serious. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government, House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated to a certain degree the member's comments when he made reference to the issue of the process. But what I would ask him to realize that over the years, things have changed considerably. We have seen time allocation used during Stephen Harper a record number of times. If the opposition were to get its way on legislation, without the issue of time allocation, we would never, ever be able to pass important crime legislation, budgetary legislation, without the usage of time allocation, Mr. Speaker. That's the simple reality of today. I'm very much interested in the members' thoughts about programming in general, whether it's private members or governments.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. I'd like to thank my colleague. I appreciate that he appreciated my intervention. That's nice. But I'd like to tell him, you're going to even beat Stephen Harper's record if you continue like this. You will be better. They'll be better than Stephen Harper if they continue on that path. They'll beat his record. But that's not how we need to proceed. If he wants to know my opinion, if you had a few years ago set out your priority bills in the calendar, not just 2 weeks before the end of the session, it would have been more coherent. We would have followed the schedule. We would have worked through cooperation. They didn't even talk to us before they tabled bills, so we can make proposals. We should do it up front.
Abbotsford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier today, I asked a Liberal member a very simple question. Could he confirm or deny the rumors in British Columbia that under the new security partnership between Canada and China and the government's desire to sell federal airport assets, whether or not Chinese companies would be able to buy those assets? He could not answer that question. Does the Bloc Québécois agree that Chinese companies buying Canadian airports would pose security threats to Canada's security intelligence regime? Thank you.
Honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, I would like to warmly thank my colleague because unfortunately in a 10-minute speech we can't talk about everything. But this is an extremely important issue as well. The fact that they want to sell airports simply to improve our financial balance sheet in 6 months. People don't look past to the future. They'll look at the issues later, they think. But often we have private airports will increase costs for Canadians. They should be public. Not only do we not agree to foreign companies from China or otherwhere to buy these airports, but also we think these should be public assets. We have to keep the control of our strategic infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. It's fundamental.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Berthier-Maskinongé. I particularly appreciate the comments about the Division 8 that is in C30, because he said that this is a very serious situation, that we're just not looking at the health and environmental aspects with respect to pesticides. I'd like to ask him if he has any other comments he'd like to add on that. Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. In fact, that allows me to complete what I was saying, particularly for if there are any farmers who are listening right now, if they're wondering, are they still working for us? Yes, it's in the interest of them and everyone else. We have to keep the control of this. And it allowed me to explain that what we were denouncing is a lack of efficiency. We don't want to remove control from this agency. It has to be science-based. There's a lot of people in this parliament who like to say this all week long. Everything has to be evidence-based, science-based, but I'm not sure if 25% what that means.
Resuming debate. Reprise débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Côte-Nord, Kawawich-Kamak, Attessiman. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I took a little time to stand up because I was happy to hear my colleague from Berthier-Maskinonde's comments. But I'd like to mention another topic, which is airport infrastructure. Obviously, I have a lot to say about C30. I'm thinking about the work of my colleague from Jonquière with respect to industry, forestry, aluminum, workers need assistance. The industry does as well, but the government's not doing absolutely anything. So in a budget and in a spring economic update and in supplementary estimates, we do have certain points and things are missing. So if I go back to my riding and I talk to people, they don't know what the government's doing for them because their jobs are at stake. The Prime Minister has said he would help all of these industries before the CUSMA negotiations, which are behind. Bloc has made reasonable proposals, but they were not heard by this government. I'm not sure if they even looked at them. My colleague said this. They did not consult us in terms of what should be within this budget. So I see a lack of esteem from this government because we are on the other side of the floor, but we do have proposals to make, and we see what's missing. We see what's not done right. Perhaps we see certain things that have been just improvised or thrown together from this government, and we are here to improve things for our constituents, of course, but also it could also be for theirs. My colleague mentioned this in terms of pesticides. We have a government that decides to change the hierarchy of these principles. The economy seems to be put ahead of health of Canadians, and I find that very dangerous when we talk about a minister who'll be able to say, well, I'll be listening to the lobbyists now, and this seems to be nice, this pesticide, and it was banned, but now we can authorize it, regardless of the impact it has on people's health. Well, we're talking about the economy, and that's more important. And, of course, economy is security, same as security as well. So it becomes very worrisome, as my colleague said. It's very concerning. Perhaps Canadians don't see this, but that is our role. We do see it. Yes, it's worrisome. They are putting our health, the health is taking a backseat to the economy. So it's our job to denounce this. And to go back to the issue of transportation that I said I would mention, I am, of course, a member of a very large riding. We're looking at 350,000 square meters of territory. A lot of it is next to the river, and there's a lot of isolated regions because it's a Nordic riding. There are a lot of locations that are remote, and they don't have services that most Canadians in large centres have. But this government is threatening some assets we have in our ridings. Some things for example, airports. I know they weren't in C30, but they've added this question. In my region, in Côte-Nord, namely in the eastern portion, in the Basse Côte-Nord, where there are 15 airports and ports that the government wishes to cede. This is enormous. This is a very high number, but also it is very significant as well. It is a message that is being sent to people in my region.
The government keeps saying we have an extraordinary sovereign fund, $25 billion, but we have no idea how it's going to be funded because there are no surpluses. All we're seeing are record deficits. So they're trying to figure out how to raise the money. They're just going to start selling off the furniture just to make a little bit of money. And they say, well, the projects are going to be amazing. For regions like mine, people are very concerned because, Mr. Speaker, well, you don't know every single riding in the country, but some communities rather, have one link, and that's airports. Healthcare, for example, if you want medical services, you have to get a flight. If you want postal service, Canada Post, they have to fly in. They have to fly mail in. If you want workers, you have to fly them in. If you want food in certain parts of the year, because there's too much ice, you have to fly your food in. In the summer, there are ports where food can arrive. People are afraid because they'll say, they're not big airports, big ports. Private companies should have no interest in buying these airports and ports. What worries us is that the government wants to cede assets or sell off assets. But we saw with the government, their way of making money is to cut left, right, and centre. They're not creating wealth. They're just trying to rummage around for a bit of cash. They can't create money, so they're just going to try and scrounge it somewhere. And that's what they're doing. So we have questions. Will they help with the infrastructure? Some of the airport or port infrastructures, some of these infrastructures are crumbling. So we have, first of all, to figure out their security. There's not enough funding for infrastructure to maintain them, to ensure the safety and security of the population. And now we're being told that the government is going to sell them to someone for whom it's not going to make any money. So what is the government telling the people of our regions? The government is essentially just giving up these infrastructure. They're just going to abandon them. Airports are going to be closed. Ports are going to be closed. I named 15, but it's even more than that. There's Wabush Airport. Wabush Airport is going to be sold. It's in Labrador, but I often have to land there. Workers have to land there. Medical experts, nurses, for example, have to land there. So it's an essential link. Well, it's more than important, it's essential. So I find that there is complete disdain through these announcements saying, well, we're going to raise $25 billion through selling infrastructure, without communicating to the population, saying, well, no, don't worry. We know that the Baskut isn't profitable, but we're going to keep your airports in your ports. And you know what? We might even carry out the maintenance needed. We have to take care of the north. We keep hearing that it's a strategic part of the country. We keep hearing that they want to help Indigenous communities and develop them. But these communities sometimes have 200, 500 people. The government is essentially saying, close the port. We're not going to help you anymore. Close the villages. Don't develop. We'll have hundreds of kilometers, thousands of kilometers, square kilometers, where we'll do absolutely nothing. Places where there's huge potential. And what's more, Mr. Speaker, there are some people that are already starting to develop these regions. Imagine there's news that drops, but there's no answer from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Transport. The Minister for Transport says nothing in response to questions. What do you think that creates? Uncertainty. Someone might say, I'm ready to invest, but I'm not sure what's happening because I need the airport to bring in the population. I want to develop tourism, but no one will land in an airport that doesn't exist or land in a port that no longer exists because it's not safe enough. It's the opposition's role to denounce this. It's my role as the member for my riding to say, well, it's completely logical. Answer our questions. I would love the Minister for Transport to ask questions on these airports, on these ports, so I could talk about them with him. But no disdain, please. They can't just pretend that they're going to raise money by selling unsellable infrastructure and for which there will be no private buyers in the first place. This is just one part of the pie, so imagine what else can be found in C13. We have a government. I don't want to use the term authoritarian, but it's being used more and more. 10 years ago, I never would have thought that I'd have to use the term authoritarian. Arrogance, disdain. They're not listening to us. They have their blinkers on. They want to do just what they want, even if the population is available. And on this side of the House, we have Quebecers and Canadians that are saying, well, that's not quite what we would like. So I would like the government to listen to us and that they give us the necessary debate time. They're beating a record when it comes to stifling debate. Stifling us is stifling the people of Quebec.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I've indicated, when you take a look at this particular legislation or any other piece of legislation or budgetary measures that the government's brought in since the last election when Canadians elected a new Prime Minister and a new government, you will find that the listening to Canadians is the top priority, and every measure that we have brought in is a reflection of what it is that our constituents, our Canadians, have been telling this government. Whether it's the wealth fund in which the Bloc appear to be opposing, yet many other countries in the world have a wealth fund. There's no reason not to be optimistic about Canada's wealth fund that will enable Canadians to be able to participate in the growth. The many initiatives that have taken place, Mr. Speaker, from trade to major projects. I think of the Port of Churchill, the Port of Montreal, all sorts of opportunities.
The Honourable Member for Côte-Nord, Kawawachi-Kamach, Nitassinan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Two answers. Yes. Of course, we've heard from more Canadians. I would like him to come to the Best Côte-Nord. I invite him to come visit us this summer to tell them that the 15 ports and airports might be sold, might be closed. He should check with them if they're the ones who asked for it. Second answer. When it comes to the sovereign fund, we keep hearing, well, all countries do it, but there's a detail that has been forgotten by my colleague. Other countries that do so with surpluses. They're not just scrounging money by selling infrastructure. That is a huge difference, and I think that's not what Canadians asked for either. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills North. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for her speech. It's clear that all sectors of the Canadian economy need investments. Forestry, aerospace, aluminium. But investments have gone down over the last year. Statistics Canada has noted on the 29th of May that in the first quarter of 2026, capital cost investments have gone down by 0.7%, a fifth consecutive quarterly decline. Can the Honourable Member comment on this? The Honourable Member for Côte-Nord, Kawawachi-Kamach, Nitassinan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. This is one single figure. I'm not defending the government. Spending isn't at the level we would like to see. Investments isn't at the level we would like to see to stimulate the economy, of course, and all sectors in our regions. But I think that we have to broaden the statistics we look at. We want there to be a vision. I'm sure that my colleague agrees that there is no vision from the government. A sovereign fund with no money is a bit blinkered. They don't know where it's going to go, but they think it's going to be fine. We don't know where they're going with this. How are they going to rectify the situation? What is the government's vision? Maybe that explains the numbers, and I hope that these trends won't be long-term. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech, rife with truth and very clear. She talked about Indigenous populations in her speech, and we often hear about this subject. The government speaks a lot about it, but there are still many issues that are unresolved. In a few days, it's the National Day for Indigenous Peoples. I would like her to react to this comment. The Honourable Member for Côte-Nord, Kawawachi-Kamach, Nitassinan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for Berthier-Masquinongé for that question. When I spoke about ports and airports, they're often linked to the indigenous populations in my riding that need this infrastructure to develop. And there are already shortfalls. There's other infrastructures that are failing, water, labor. There's already a lot that needs to be worked on, and now the government is saying, well, you might also not be able to leave your village, like in Utaquan or Manchipu, other ones in my riding. To me, this is a lack of respect for Indigenous peoples, they're not listening to them and they're not consulting them.
House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That, notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, A, the motion respecting the Senate amendment to Bill C-11, an act to amend the National Defense Act and other acts, standing on the notice paper in the name of the Minister of National Defense, be deemed adopted on division. B, Bill C-22, an act respecting lawful access as amended, be deemed concurred in at report stage on division and be deemed read a third time and passed on division. C, Bill C-27, an act to give effect to the final self-government agreement for the Tlégo-T-Go-T-Né and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be deemed concurred in at the report stage on division and be deemed read a third time and passed on division. D, Bill C-29, an act to establish the Financial Crimes Agency and to make consequential amendments to certain acts and regulations, be deemed to have been read a second time on division and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. E, Bill S-227, an act respecting Arab Heritage Month, be deemed read a third time and passed. F, les questions écrites datées du...
F, the written questions dated June 17, 2026, standing on the notice paper, be deemed to have been transferred to the order paper on Thursday, June 18, 2026, for the purpose of Standing Order 39. G, the House shall not sit the week on September 28, 2026. H, that commencing on Monday, November 30th, 2026, and concluding on Friday, December 4th, 2026, the House shall continue to sit until midnight, except on Friday, when the House shall continue to sit until 8 p.m. I, at the conclusion of oral questions today, proceedings pursuant Standing Order 38 shall take place immediately. And J, following proceedings pursuant to Standing Order 38, the House shall stand adjourned until Monday, September 21st, 2026, provided that, for the purpose of Standing Order 28, it shall be deemed to have sat on Friday, June 19th, 2026.
All those opposed to the Honourable Minister moving the motion will please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Yeah, the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like it placed on the record very firmly that the Green Party does not support Bill C-22. We understand it's going to be passed on division. We want our position on the record. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So noted. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The NDP would also like to make sure that is on the record that the NDP do not support Bill C-22, likewise to my colleague from the Greens.
So noted. I believe the Honourable Member for York South-Weston Etobicoke is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, very briefly, I just wanted to thank all members of the House for passing Bill C-227, an act respecting Arab Heritage Month. This is a really important bill for the community and for Canada, and I really wanted to express my sincere gratitude to all colleagues for supporting Bill C-227. Merci beaucoup.
And I think that's it for points of order, so we'll go to resuming debate. Reprise débat, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to Bill C-30, the Spring Economic Update 2026 Implementation Act. As parliamentarians, our responsibility is not only to examine what the government has chosen to include in an economic update, but also what it has chosen to leave out. Bill C-30 implements selected measures announced in the Spring Economic Update. But budgets and economic updates are not technical exercises conducted by the Prime Minister on his own or his narrow circle of advisors. They are statements of priorities for all Canadians. This is the hope and vision of our constituents that expect of us. To take off your blind spots and look at the bigger picture. That's what we ask of the Prime Minister today. They review what the government values, where it is prepared to invest, and who needs it to be, and whose needs it is prepared to postpone. And the question before us is not simply whether the measures contained in Bill C-30 should proceed The question is whether this bill responds to the realities Canadians are living every day. And that's where my concerns lie, that this legislation does not meet the moment of the challenges everyday Canadians face. It doesn't live up to the hype of the projected progressive Prime Minister that was portrayed during the election, or what we've come to read about him. There is a dissonance between words and action, and therein lies the problem. Because in my constituency of Vancouver East and in communities across this country, the gap between policy and lived experience is widening. And the concerns around the centralizing tendency of this government is being noticed across the country. In Van East, constituents are facing housing insecurity, food insecurity, gaps in healthcare coverage, uncertainty in Indigenous housing initiatives, delays in compensation programs, and rising affordability pressures across every essential service. They're also increasingly concerned about federal priorities shifting towards expanded military spending while social programs remain underfunded or delayed. And across all these areas, a pattern is becoming unmistakable. Announcements without delivery, commitments without timelines, programs without certainty, sunsetting out of existence. And decisions increasingly centralized in Ottawa, far removed from the communities they affect. Communities know what they need. Municipalities know what they need. Indigenous housing providers know what they need. Frontline organizations know what they need. And yet, funding decisions remain concentrated in Ottawa, while people on the ground continue to experience delay, uncertainty, and shifting eligibility rules. This is not administrative complexity. This is a failure of delivery. And Canadians are living the consequences of this unfortunate reality. I'll begin with First Nations education, Mr. Speaker. In BC, First Nations education is supported through the tripartite education agreement between First Nations leadership, the province, and Canada. And the center of that agreement is the First Nations Education Steering Committee. This is not a symbolic structure. It is the core funding architecture for First Nations education in BC. It determines staffing, it determines curriculum, and infrastructure. And it determines whether First Nations children have stable access to education. It is, in effect, the backbone of educational stability for First Nations students in this province. Despite early assurances that a renewed long-term agreement would be included in the 2026 Spring Economic Update, First Nations partners were instead informed that only a one-year extension would be provided. A one-year extension does not provide for stability. It produces uncertainty. And uncertainty in education is not abstract. It affects staffing, planning, and children outcomes. First Nations Education Steering Committee and First Nations leadership have been clear. What is required is a 10-year renewal agreement that provides predictability, continuity, and proper fiscal planning. Because reconciliation is not achieved through short-term extensions. It is achieved through durable commitments that governments keep. And right now, that certainty is missing. The same pattern is evident with support for survivors of residential schools. Many Indigenous leaders, survivors, and advocates have raised repeatedly stable funding for the Indian Residential School Survivors Society. For decades, survivors have carried the trauma inflicted by Canada's residential school system. They have carried grief, loss, and intergenerational harm resulting from policies designed to erase Indigenous identities, cultures, and communities. Today, many continue to rely on the Indian Residential School Survivors Society for culturally appropriate counseling, crisis support, and healing services. In fact, for 30 years, the Indian Residential School Survivors Society has provided support to Indigenous peoples harmed by Canada's colonial systems, the 60s scoop, the ongoing missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, 2S plus crisis, and more. Yet despite repeated commitments to reconciliation, despite having been told by Indigenous Services Canada that they would receive confirmation for their 2 years funding by mid-May, To date, there is still no action. The funding will end on July 1st, and this delay is going to have serious operational impacts for the people they serve. The organization continues to seek certainty regarding its long-term core funding. Reconciliation cannot depend on year-to-year uncertainty. Reconciliation is not a slogan. It is not a press release. It is not a commemorative statement. Reconciliation requires action. It requires resources. It requires government to ensure that organizations serving survivors have the certainty necessary to continue their work. If this government can find fiscal room for subsidies for big oil, it can find resources necessary to provide stable support to those serving residential school survivors. Turning to housing, the For Indigenous, by Indigenous, urban-rural northern housing strategy was something that the Liberals committed in the last Parliament. It was something that the NDP prioritized in the Confidence Supply Agreement. I fought for that. We fought for that and won interim funding of $300 million and long-term funding of $4 billion over 7 years for Phoebe-Earn, and an equivalent amount of $4 billion over 7 for distinction-based funding. Yet the funding of the long-term component has yet to flow. Indigenous housing providers continue to face uncertainty about governance, timelines, and implementation. Even as funding is referenced in the federal announcements, there remains no clear guarantee that delivery will remain Indigenous-led in practice, nor a firm timeline for rollout. And while policy framework evolve in Ottawa, Indigenous communities continue to experience the highest rate of homelessness in Canada. In Vancouver alone, Indigenous peoples represent a disproportionate share of those experiencing homelessness, despite being a far smaller share of the population. They are the predictable results of decades of underinvestment and policy delay. Housing providers are ready to build. Friendship centers are ready to build. Indigenous-led organizations are ready to build. The problem is not capacity. The problem is execution. And people cannot live in promises of affordability. They cannot sleep in frameworks. They cannot raise children in consultations. Constituents are also increasingly concerned about the rental assistance for cooperative housing members. Co-ops work. They provide stability, they provide affordability, they provide community-based housing that has proven effective for decades. Phase 2 funding under the Federal Community Housing Initiative will sunset. This subsidy support is critical to co-op housing members whose household incomes would cause them to pay more than the current 25% rent geared to income. If this program is not renewed, more than 14,400 families across the country will lose their home. Rising Star and China Creek, for example, in my riding, will be hit hard if the rental assistance subsidy is not renewed. The expiry of the FCHI Phase 2 funding without a successor program or extension risks undoing decades of investment in this model and displacing established community members, including families with young children, seniors who depend on it. Access to rental assistance is necessary to enable co-ops to be a deeply affordable housing solution. FCHI cannot and must not sunset. Aside from housing, Van East constituents continue to raise serious concern about the Canadian Dental Care Plan. I've written to the minister regarding applications for medically necessary procedures, including crowns, that are being rejected using template language that provides no meaningful explanation of what criteria were not met. Patients are left without clarity, providers are left without guidance, and appeals are effectively blocked. Even more troubling are cases some of my constituents were previously approved for the Canada Dental Care Plan, received care in good faith, and are now being told that they're not eligible after all. In some cases, they are even being asked to repay benefits that they already received. Those are often seniors who opted out of private dental care insurance years ago because premiums were unaffordable on fixed incomes. At the time of approval, they met eligibility criteria and were approved. They acted in good faith. They made irreversible financial decisions based on the government's approval. Retroactive reassessment after reliance undermines trust in public programs. A system cannot function if eligibility is uncertain at the outset and reversible after the fact. This is not fairness, this is instability. Mr. Speaker, healthcare affordability is another glaring omission from this bill. Many Canadians welcome promise to establish an expanded universal pharmacare. Yet, constituents increasingly tell me that they're worried that those promises are being quietly abandoned. They see that the Prime Minister is abandoning the provinces and territories that did not sign the pharmacare agreement prior to the last election. People do not care about talking points. They care about whether or not they can afford their medication. They care about whether they must choose between prescriptions and groceries. They care about whether or not universal pharmacare will actually become universal. And the Prime Minister sent a clear message that universal pharmacare is not a priority for him when the spring economic update did not provide additional resources to this key initiative. On affordability, Canadians are increasingly concerned about surveillance pricing. This is the use of personal data, behavioral tracking, and algorithmic systems to charge different prices to different individuals for identical goods and services. It means two Canadians can stand in the same digital marketplace and see different prices based on what a corporation believes they can pay. Even when legislation such as Bill C-36 references algorithmic pricing risks, it does not actually prohibit surveillance pricing. It does not even name it. It does not stop it. Instead, it believes Canadians exposed to opaque pricing systems they cannot see and cannot instead it leaves Canadians exposed to opaque pricing systems that they cannot see and cannot challenge. Premier Wap Kinew has taken decisive action in Manitoba, to stop it. The Prime Minister and this government has refused to take a stand. So I ask the Prime Minister, through the Speaker, what side are you on? Unlike the Liberals, who will always be on the side of big corporations, the NDP will stand on the side of the people. And that's why I will be introducing a private member's bill this fall to ban surveillance pricing outright. Mr. Speaker, food safety is also at stake. Proposed changes to pesticide regulation have raised concerns from environmental and public health organizations, including EcoJustice, which warns that reforms risks weakening scientific oversight and transparency. Canadians expect food safety to be grounded in independent science. They expect precaution where health is at stake, and they expect transparency in regulatory decision-making. Anything less undermines public trust. My constituents have also raised concerns regarding the Prime Minister's intention to privatize ports and airports. Even Stephen Harper would not dare to touch these critical assets. They are strategic national infrastructure essential to supply chains, trade, and economic resilience. The Australian Competition and Consumer Commission repeatedly flagged concerns over monopoly pricing, noting that user costs, passenger charges, and parking fees surge dramatically. Airlines pass escalating landing fees directly to passengers via higher ticket price when they privatized. The Shipping Australia Industry Association noted that private port operators prioritize maximizing shareholder returns, implementing heavy rent increases on terminal tenants that trickle down into standard freight and consumer goods. If Canada goes down this track, this is what Canada can expect. The neoliberal playbook seems to be from another era. A broad pattern is emerging. We're seeing increasing centralization of decision-making in Ottawa from the Prime Minister. We're seeing delays in social program delivery, increased military spending, alongside constrained social investments. Budgets are about choices, and choices are about priorities. So Canadians are asking, what does increased military spending mean for housing, for pharmacare, for dental care, for Indigenous housing, for transit, for disability supports? Those are not as abstract fiscal questions. They are real-world opportunity costs, and Canadians deserve transparency about them. Mr. Speaker, in Vancouver East, the consequences are very real and very visible. Seniors are relying on food banks. Families are skipping meals. People are delaying medical care. Housing is increasingly out of reach. And affordability is being eroded not just by prices, but by systems that are less transparent and less responsive. One constituent described losing weight because they cannot afford enough food. Another, a 77-year-old senior, said they're relying on food bank for the first time in their life. These are not isolated cases. They are becoming systemic. As one constituent put it, on the issue around transit, we need transit to green commutes more than we need another pipeline. Every budget decision involves trade-offs. Canadians deserve transparency about those trade-offs. And we're faced with deep drought conditions across Vancouver Island, the Okanagan, the Chilcotin, and South Thompson regions. Climate change is real. Instead of investing in transit, the Spring Economic Update cuts it by $5 billion, while the Prime Minister signs an agreement with Alberta to build yet another pipeline. They deserve to know why the Prime Minister would prioritize pipelines over funding for transit expansion. And when BC faces the highest and most sustained fire risk in the country. Similarly, they deserve to know why billions can be found for military expansion when communities continue to be told to wait for desperately needed social investments. If the government believes military spending must increase, it should explain why the same urgency is absent when it comes to homelessness, poverty, housing, and health care. Mr. Speaker, instead of military spending, increased military spending is happening when there hasn't been a robust public debate on this during the last election or thereafter. It was just announced by the Prime Minister as a fait accompli. Many constituents have raised concerns regarding military goods and components exported to the U.S. that may subsequently be transferred elsewhere without the same level of scrutiny that applies to direct Canadian exports. Those concerns were reflected in proposals such as in my private member's bill, Bill C-233, the No More Loopholes Act, that was defeated by the government. Canadians want robust risk assessments. They want transparency, they want accountability, and they want assurances that Canadian-made military goods are not contributing to human rights violations or breaches of international humanitarian law. Economic policy and trade policy cannot be separated from human rights obligations. Many constituents have also written regarding the humanitarian crisis facing the Cuban community. They have called on Canada to increase humanitarian assistance, support access to food, medicine, and fuel, and pursue constructive diplomacy. They have urged Canada to work with international partners to ensure relief reaches those in need and to maintain an independent foreign policy grounded in dialogue, cooperation, and respect for self-determination. Canadians understand that our international role and Canada's proud history of our commitment to peace-building, humanitarian assistance, and international solidarity. It is not time to turn our back to what has historically made Canadians proud. Let me close with this. This bill reviews clear patterns. Housing is delayed, Indigenous housing remains uncertain, healthcare programs lack transparency, dental eligibility is unstable, survivors are waiting, disabled Canadians are waiting, families are waiting, and waiting has become the default policy. But Canadians cannot wait indefinitely, Mr. Speaker. Time to act for the people because the crisis is before Canadians, not for corporations.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for Vancouver East for an extremely important review of the gaps between the Spring Economic Statement and the reality for Canadians. I just wonder if she'd like to expand on any of the points she's made because they were excellent.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much to my colleague for her question. And, Mr. Speaker, the people sleeping outside tonight cannot wait. The seniors choosing between food and medication cannot wait. And the constituents facing administrative collapse in a federal compensation program cannot wait. So budget reviews values, and this bill reviews them clearly, Canadians deserve an economy built on fairness, transparency, and delivery, not delay and not indifference. They deserve a government that is willing to govern for all Canadians, not just for the hedge fund managers and the private equity CEOs and the finance bros who hang out at the Empire Club of Canada in downtown Toronto like the Prime Minister and his narrow circle of insiders. Everyday working Canadians deserve better, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Madawaska, Restigouche.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The honourable member for Madawaska, Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many unions have applauded our Team Canada Strong approach to recruit up to 100,000 skilled workers. We have a set of measures to help apprentices in working towards certification. Here's my question to my NDP colleague. Will she support us in our efforts to support Canadian workers? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You know, it's quite interesting, actually, in this sitting. In this last 2 weeks, the government have brought down the guillotine for significant, major legislation, including Bill C-22. And we're poised to actually rise, probably by the end of today, I would suspect. And what's left on the agenda that was not actually a priority for this government to push through, actually the bill on apprenticeship to support union workers. So there you go, Mr. Speaker. They're pretending that they support unions, yet at the same time, they are ramming down back-to-work legislation. They are invoking Section 107 to take away the rights of unions to strike. My colleague, the member from Winnipeg Centre, has a private member's bill on that. Will the government support that? If they support unions, they will support my colleague's bill on actually banning the use of Section 107.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I highlighted earlier, a Port Alberni company was fined $429,000 for their violation in their treatment of migrant workers and a 2-year ban. Mr. Speaker, clearly 2 years is not enough. And this is a company that operates other companies, and the rumor has it that they actually have temporary foreign workers working for them as well. But Mr. Speaker, it took local people to help them out because the government failed to be there. And there's no funding in C-30, Mr. Speaker, to create more funding to support workers that are violated. And Mr. Speaker, through you to my colleague, I'd like to hear her opinion about the program itself, and secondly, the importance of ensuring that when workers are violated, that they get the support they need. And also, we've had many people file complaints about employers that are abusing this program. No follow-up, Mr. Speaker. No feedback. We see often we see workers that are hired, temporary foreign workers, without doing the labor market opinion in the right way, where workers that are looking for work are not getting hired. We hear about abuses from employers to workers in my riding, and no follow-up, Mr. Speaker. Nothing. So when workers are in trouble, they don't get supported. When people complain about workers being violated, they don't get support, and the workers that they're concerned about don't get the help they need. Through you, Mr. Speaker, maybe my colleague could speak about the changes that are needed in this program.
Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much to my colleague, and thank you also for your advocacy for your community. It is absolutely essential that all parliamentarians stand up for all workers. Migrant workers has been abused in this country, and frankly, both the Liberals and Conservatives, when it's convenient for them, they actually brought in temporary foreign workers so that they can bring down wages, they can suppress wages. In fact, the UN rapporteur actually called Canada's temporary foreign workers program with their approaches that the Canadian government has taken, equivalent to modern-day slavery. Many of the migrant workers are subject to abuse and exploitation, and he cited an example from his own community. And even when they're found, the penalty is so small, is so minimal, that it is absolutely outrageous. And because what you're doing then is allowing for and sending a message that that kind of practice, those abusive practices, can actually continue. And Mr. Speaker, what can the government do, and what the NDP has been advocated for, is that people should get landed status on arrival. They should get status so that they can be protected and not be subject to exploitation.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Madawaska Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is, of course, able to speak both official languages, but when we're talking about the $4.1 billion for official languages to support Francophone communities, well, there's other investments for Francophone communities and official languages. I'd like to hear more about that to support our Francophone communities.
Honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much. I'll give you an example of the challenges that in British Columbia and Vancouver, more specifically, that we're faced with. With the Francophone community, and particularly in the education sector, the federal government actually can ensure provinces receive significant increase in funding to backstop this. You know where we're reduced to in our education system for children who want to actually have access to language training in French, for French immersion classes? We have to go in for a lottery draw. And if you're lucky enough, you'll be drawn, and then you can actually then register and enroll in that particular school. Many students did not get that chance, including my own, by the way. When they were little, I submitted their name into the draw, and sadly, none of my children got drawn so that they could not get French immersion. That is the reality that Canadians are faced with. That is the reality that British Columbians are faced with. That is the reality that Vancouverites are faced with. So I would call on the government, instead of patting themselves on the back to say how well they're doing, look at where the problems are and take action.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to bring us back to a part of the conversation my colleague talked about when it comes to the government removing dangerous regulations on dangerous pesticides. And Mr. Speaker, just last week, the Prime Minister announced his food security strategy. So they're removing important regulations to protect Canadians regarding pesticides, and at the same time, the government's cutting public agricultural research capacity at Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. Mr. Speaker, these cuts would close research facilities, eliminate scientists and technicians, and end programs like the Organic and Regenerative Agricultural Research Program. So through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to hear from my colleague about when food security and food sovereignty matter more than ever, does my colleague see the importance of the government pausing their changes on these regulations, pausing these cuts, and work with farmers, actually, to protect Canada's public agricultural research system? Thank you.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
I just want to thank my colleague who's actually on top of so many of the issues, and he's absolutely spot on. You know what the Liberal government did? The Prime Minister snuck in to a omnibus bill, Bill C-30, in there, a tiny sliver of reference, where they're taking away critical regulation and regulatory practices to ensure our food system is safe. With pesticides. This is what the government is doing. And supposedly, they are looking after Canadians and our health. My goodness, this is what they're doing, just trying to hide this information, and there will be absolutely serious consequences for Canadians. And you know what? For a government who claims that they support science, they are gutting science. They are actually not relying on science, putting in jeopardy our health, putting in jeopardy the scientific knowledge that is there. I would say that what the government needs to do, absolutely pause this insidious action and do the consultation and reinstate scientific experts in every part of the departments.
Here. Just before we continue with questions and comments, we'll have time for a very, very short one. There's a lot of noise in the courtyard and people seem to be cheering. I don't know why they'd be cheering. I don't think it's time for mirth just yet or happiness. With that being said, questions and comments. The Honourable for Regina Louvain, a short one.
Just a quick question from my colleague from the NDP. This Liberal government says they're doing so well and all the policies are just great and they always are patting themselves on the back. If the government is doing so well, why are so many Canadians struggling across the country?
Honourable Member for Vancouver East, 20 seconds or less.
Well, they're patting themselves on the back and they think they're doing so well because their focus is all about the big corporations. It's about the CEOs. They're shoveling support to all of them. But for everyday Canadians, they're all being left behind. And the fact is, the divide in wealth is becoming greater and greater for the haves and have.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Highlands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. C'est un grand honneur.
It is a great honor, or rather than a pleasure, to rise to speak today to talk about Bill C-30, an act to implement certain provisions of the spring economic update.
Mise à jour économique.
It's the spring economic update that was presented in April 28th, 2026. And now we're looking at Bill C-30. They're saying it's absolutely necessary to implement the spring economic update.
Too far into discussing C-30, Mr. Speaker. Because it's my last chance to speak in this session of Parliament until September, I do want to acknowledge once again and recognize, as I think we all do, that we're on and honored to be on the lands of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people, and to them we give enormous thanks. A huge miigwech for patience and tolerance with us. And I don't get many opportunities, Mr. Speaker, to thank the people I need to thank the most, because being the only party in this House that doesn't receive a penny of support from the parliamentary budget, being both unrecognized and unfavored. So I'm glad my colleagues from the NDP got funding to make up for what they lost when they ceased to be a recognized party. But I have less money, and I'm here. I'm not alone. And we present more amendments on more bills than much larger parties, not because we want to be meddlesome, but because we want to do the work. So I particularly want to stop for a moment and thank my Chief of Staff, Deborah Endiger, my Legislative Director, Steve Parkinson. They work harder than any team, and they are nonpartisan. I've never even stopped to ask the people on my staff team if they joined the Green Party or not, because our job here is to work for the people who elected us and for the people of Canada. And on the same tone, I'm very grateful to everyone on my MP team here in Ottawa, Michelle, Anna, and also, of course, in my Saanich Gulf Islands constituency office. They all work very hard, and it's their work that allows me to stand here before you today and speak to Omnibus Budget Bill C-30. Now, what is an omnibus bill? And I have two objections to this bill, reasons that I find this process an offense to democracy, reasons I find this bill offensive, but let me just say in two big categories. The first is that it's an omnibus budget bill, and I suggest it's even improperly considered an omnibus budget bill, as well as the fact that it's been subject to bulldozer practices to accelerate it to the point that it's not been properly studied. Now, what is an omnibus bill? Well, obviously, I'm not asking you, Speaker. You know very well. An omnibus bill is from the Latin. It means a lot of things. It's omni. A lot of things all at once in one package. So it's the good, the bad, and the ugly. It's all in one bill. And this makes it difficult for members of Parliament because there's inevitably and invariably, as is the case for me right now, there are things in C-30 I like. I'll call those the good, and I'll discuss what those are. Then there's bad, and then there's ugly. But really offensive in this kind of process is when the bill isn't split up so that committees that have expertise in, say, you had a committee, we don't actually have committees called We'll Study All the Bad Things, we're that committee, and We'll Study All the Ugly Things. So let's send the ugly to the ugly committee. Basically, it means that if there are changes to the environmental standards in this country or health standards, from my point of view as a parliamentarian, those should go to the committees that have expertise in environment or health. But that's not the case here. Everything in this bill, whether it was about privatizing airports or getting skilled workers or getting rid of the excise tax or really drastically reducing protection from dangerous pesticides, all only went to the Finance Committee. And the Finance Committee was given very little time. Now that's after, how did it get to committee? Well, first, after first reading of this bill, which was, first reading was on April 29th, the very day after the Spring Economic Statement was tabled, there were only 3 hours of debate in this place before the government brought forward a motion for time allocation on May 25th. I hadn't been able to get a speech in at second reading, and then the bill passed on division, so there was no recorded vote. Off it goes to committee. What committee? The Finance Committee. I have nothing against the Finance Committee. I've spent a lot of time with them these last few weeks, hoping to be able to speak to my amendments. But it's quite wrong in principle to have a committee that doesn't have any expertise and didn't have the time because of the rush they were in to hear from a single witness on key areas where scientific knowledge and background and independent expertise could be brought to bear. Well, let me just go back to the theme of the good, the bad, and the ugly and take that apart. The good, I was very pleased in the spring economic statement and in the funding to see funding for endangered species, particularly the southern resident killer whale. My pleasure in seeing that in the spring economic statement was somewhat undone, or profoundly undone, by May 8th discussion paper, which suggested that they would lift the provisions of the Species at Risk Act to allow the extinction of species, and particularly at threat the southern resident killer whales, because they're in the way of more tankers and pipelines and such. But let me just say that it was good to see reference to whales in particular in the spring economic statement, and I'm also relieved, having mentioned the May 8th discussion documents, I won't mention them again, but the discussion period has been extended from June 7th to July 22nd. I urge Canadians who are concerned to get their thoughts into the government, and let's hope we never see legislation in this place implementing anything that was in those discussion documents, and when we resume the House in September. Also good in the spring economic statement, and also found in the legislation, is reestablishing incentives for electric vehicles. There are a few other things that I would say, yes, I would certainly vote for that. Pleased to see it. I mean, we don't see any details here on the one line in the spring economic statement, flexible pathways for automakers to meet Canada's climate objectives. We haven't seen any details on that yet, but we hope to. There are other things, and certainly protecting auto workers with a worker retention grant, anything to do to help housing. We're in favor of those things, which makes it difficult because we have to vote against Bill C-22 because of the bad and the ugly that are thrown into the same pot. We have to vote on that one pot. Now, I mentioned, just as casually there for a moment, that I don't think this is a legitimate omnibus bill. Now, why do I put that forward? To be a legitimate omnibus bill, all the measures in the bill must relate to the budget in a fundamental way. And I suggest that it's pretty sketchy that there's only one quite anodyne line found in the whole spring economic statement as a justification for one of the worst thing that I think I've ever seen in an omnibus bill, which is the deregulation of pesticides. And that's found on page 96 of the spring economic statement. And all it says is this: announces the government's intention to amend Canadian Food Inspection Agency Act and the Pest Control Products Act to include consideration of food security and cost of food. Now, in reading that on the day, April 28th, I certainly didn't say, oh my goodness, consideration of food security and cost of food must mean that they're about to put something in that will allow Cabinet as a whole with political considerations to overturn a decision of the minister responsible and the department responsible after they've done a study of the danger of a pesticide. It doesn't leap out at one. In fact, it's hidden. Not only does it not leap out, it is hiding, as it is in Bill C-30 in Division 8. But that's not the only thing I want to concentrate on, although I will take most of the time, and I am grateful for the chance to speak to this bill now, finally, in this place. The removal of the excise tax, I had asked in question period before. The excise tax, I realize it's announced as a way of alleviating pressure and helping Canadians with affordability. And Greens really recognize the affordability crisis. We see it as absolutely connected to the climate crisis. The cost of food goes up when crops fail because of climate disasters and extreme drought here in Canada and around the world. There is an affordability crisis. The cost of housing is increasingly out of reach. The cost of energy and electricity in our homes. We could have virtually free electricity once we install the infrastructure, which is easy to roll out solar panels, except that our provincial utilities get in the way. In any case, cheaper electricity, the cheapest source of electricity, reducing the cost for everyone, would come from focusing on renewable electricity. And I do think there's some promise, although it needs a lot of work. There's a discussion paper out on an east-west, north-south electricity grid. But to build that out, we really need to shift off fossil fuels and to renewables. But another point I want to make about the excise tax, and this goes back to 2009, former Prime Minister Stephen Harper took the gas tax, it was then called, that fund, Stephen Harper decided to make permanent and at the disposal of municipalities for transit and infrastructure. This is what the Federation of Canadian Municipalities never ceases to point out. They need predictable, stable funding. And that was one of the best things Stephen Harper did, and was to say that excise gas tax is a permanent source of funding for municipalities for transit and infrastructure. But now this C30 and the Spring Economic Statement do away with that. They do say, well, we're going to have this municipal fund. We're going to help with infrastructure for municipalities. I was just in Edmonton at the annual meeting of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. They do not find the pathway clear. There is no map. It is not an easy route to navigate for local governments to figure out, does this really replace what we had in the transit funding? How do we get from here to there? And while we're building housing, by the way, you can't build a house unless you can flush the toilets in that house. So municipalities are crying out for predictable funding for water and wastewater. I would love to have seen that clearly in the Spring Economic Statement. So we've gotten rid of a predictable fund created under Stephen Harper for municipalities for transit and infrastructure, and we've replaced it with press releases. I really hope the government means it, and the money will be there for municipalities, and that they will very quickly, in this government, start recognizing that the local order of government are the strongest and best partners you're going to find. They're more reliable than your friend Daniel Smith, Mr. Prime Minister. They are more reliable. They show up, and they have shovel-ready projects, and they're ready to go, and they keep their promises. They don't feel, at this point, I was in Edmonton, I can't quote any mayor in particular, nor would I want to. It wouldn't be fair. But they certainly don't feel the love right now that they're engaged as partners, and they don't know where they find municipal infrastructure funding. Now, moving along here to Division 8 of C30, which is the most hidden and the ugliest part of this omnibus budget bill. These are the reductions of protection for Canadians' health and the environment in the regulations made under the Pest Control Products Act. Now, this is, again, in Division 8. It rests, all of this appears to rest on one unproven, untested, there's not even a link in the language that's used within the Spring Economic Statement or the budget itself, or C30 itself. But it clearly, by inference, rests on this assumption. More pesticides are going to reduce food costs. Now that's a leap. More pesticides are going to reduce food prices. Now, help the economy. Now let's just say that that's wrong on the evidence in two ways. It's wrong on the evidence because our partners and allies, point one, it's wrong on trade and it's wrong on ecosystems. On trade, our partners and allies have stricter pesticide laws than we do. As a matter of fact, historically, Canada has the weakest pesticide laws of our allies. By the way, we were the only country in the world, well, I think certainly the only country in the G20 that never banned Agent Orange, just as an example. We never banned 2,4,5-trichlorophenoxyacetic acid, the 2,4,5-T that was half of Agent Orange. It remained legal in Canada until, through an agreement between the US EPA and Dow Chemical, they weren't allowed to export it anymore because it was too dangerous. Canada kept saying it was okay, but Canadian buyers couldn't get any because Dow Chemical wasn't, by law, allowed to export their remaining stocks to anywhere. Thankfully, because we would have kept it registered forever as far as I can see. We continue to use glyphosate when the EU is restricting it. We continue to use neonicotinoid insecticides. Now, what does that mean in terms of trade? It means that Canadian food exports, grain exports, have been rejected at the border in France and in other EU countries because the residues of pesticides that are legal in Canada on our food crops are not legal in the EU. So we should strive to meet the best, have the same high standards as the highest standards found around the world, so there'd be no country where Canadian exports would be rejected at the border because they had too many toxic chemicals in the residues. That would be, I think, a good place to go to ensure that we provide good trade links and reliable export markets for Canadian farmers. But we don't. As well as, of course, the fact we do also, this is the reason that Canadian beef isn't allowed in many EU countries, because the International Centre for Research on Cancer in Lyon, France, found years ago that the hormones injected into Canadian beef, the International Agency for Research on Cancer believe increase the risks of human cancer. So that's why we lose markets there. We should strive to ensure that we have reliably and certified organic markets and growing and production of food products, so that we have markets in countries that have stricter standards for health protection than we do. But we're not doing that. We're going in the other direction. It's astonishing to me when we think about food security. Let's talk about Indigenous communities. Food security often means being able to access food off the land. I'll use as an example the Tsleil-Waututh Nation in Vancouver, in Burrard Inlet, where they've been doing extensive work on restoring the ecosystem health of Burrard Inlet. They've been planting eelgrass, doing much work in what had been an industrial setting to get it clean enough and healthy enough to produce shellfish that can be harvested for human consumption. That's a right the Tsleil-Waututh Nation has. Now, quite casually, we keep hearing from government ministers in both British Columbia and Victoria, and here in Ottawa and the Liberals saying, well, we can dredge Vancouver Harbour. This is thrown out as if it's a great idea, without any consideration that they haven't talked to the Tsleil-Waututh Nation. If you dredge Vancouver Harbour, you're going to stir up 100 years' worth of heavy metals and toxic chemicals, and it's not going to be possible for the Tsleil-Waututh Nation to harvest shellfish from an area that stirred up 100 years' worth of industrial waste, so that you can what? Move bigger tankers loaded with dilbit, which is a mixture that can't be cleaned up if it spills. This is all madness. It's not food security for First Nations if you keep contaminating the territories from which they harvest their foods. Back to the ecosystem issue. Why is this a nonsense that this is going to help food production? Food production, agriculture needs pollinators. The reasons the EU has reduced neonicotinoid insecticides is that the pollinators of this world, the insect pollinator population, is going down. And it's related to the use of pesticides like neonicotinoids. Well, if Bill C-30 goes in, and it has now gone through clause by clause, it's had all the amendments it's going to get. And what it says is, if the government agency decides it's too dangerous for the environment to use this particular pesticide, Cabinet, and it doesn't set out the criteria, it gives the vaguest of language, Cabinet, if it decides in its political discretion that to protect national economic security, I'm quoting, regional economic security or national food security, that they should allow a dangerous pesticide to be used, well, so be it. There's no appeal, that's it. And it can last for up to 9 years as an extension. With the 2 minutes I have left, Mr. Speaker, I am incensed that this is happening. If people think there's never been a time where in Canada anyone would ever put the economic interests of an industry ahead of human health and safety, let me quote from 1976 and then Minister of Natural Resources for the province of New Brunswick, Roland Boudreau. Because when it became clear that children were dying of Reye syndrome in New Brunswick because of forest aerial spraying for the forest industry, this is a quote, "I don't like to see people dying. This is one of the things I really wouldn't like to see. But at the same time, knowing the forest as it is, my decision will have to be with the forest, with the future of New Brunswick," close quote. We're opening the door and going backwards. Is there any other country on earth going backwards on pesticide regulation? Anyone? Anywhere? Well, yeah, you guessed it, the Trump White House. This story from the New York Times, May 7th, 2026. Trump administration lifts ban on cyanide bomb on public lands so they can kill coyotes. Well, in this country, even without C-30, the PMRA reversed itself to allow liquid strychnine to kill gophers on prairie lands. We need more protection for human health, not less. And if this government wants to tell us they want to build Canada strong, then stop and think twice. You're killing the precautionary principle. You're running the risk of killing Canadians. This is not hyperbole. It's happened in the past. You're opening the door. I'm sorry, the government, the honourable government, our right honourable Prime Minister, is opening the door to the most regressive policies Canada has ever seen to protect human health and the environment. It's not even helpful for the economy. but they don't bother doing the studies. They just make the assumptions and issue the press releases.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? House ready for a question? It being 12:45, pursuant to an order made on Monday, June 15th, 2026, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the third reading stage of the bill now before the House. The question is as follows. Monsieur Champagne, appuyé par Monsieur...
Mr. Champagne, seconded by Mr. Miller, move that Bill C-30 enact to implement certain provisions of the Spring Economic Update, tabled in Parliament on April 28, 2026, be now read a third time and do pass.
Participating in person, I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader rising.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, request a recorded vote, please.
La question est la suivante. Monsieur Champagne, appuyé par Monsieur Miller.
The question is as follows. Mr. Champagne, seconded by Mr. Miller, moves that Bill C-30, an act to implement certain provisions of the Spring Economic Update tabled in Parliament on April 28, 2026, be now read a third time and do pass. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Miss Oljevski.
Ms. Odesky.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Miss McKnight.
Miss McKnight.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Madame Chenette.
Madame Chenette.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Minard.
Madame Menard.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Monsieur Litao.
Monsieur Leteo.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Miss Church.
Miss Church.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Eilson.
Mr. Ailson.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Miss Khan.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Miss Fancy.
Miss Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Hurdle.
Miss Hurdle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinty.
Miss Miedema.
Miss Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Miss Naughton.
Miss Naughton.
Miss Whean.
Miss Whean.
Monsieur Tumba.
Monsieur Tumba.
Miss O'Rourke.
Miss O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Miss Sodi.
Miss Sodi.
Miss Tesser Dirksen.
Miss Tesser Dirksen.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Miss Begum.
Miss Begum.
Miss Martin.
Miss Martin.
Que tous ceux qui...
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Miss Lewis, Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis, Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Dancho.
Miss Dancho.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Albultaev.
Mr. Abultaev.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Owl.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury-S, Manitoulin, Nicobelt.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury-S, Manitoulin, Nicobelt.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mrs. Borelli.
Miss Cobina.
Miss Cobina.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Miss Kirkland.
Miss Kirkland.
Miss Cronis.
Miss Cronus.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Mantle. Or correction, Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss May.
Ms. May.
The House will now wait for the end of electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. I don't see any raised hands. No one standing. Therefore, I will now ask the table to compile the results of the vote.
For 166, 166. Nays contre, 159, 159.
I declare the motion carried. The Honourable Government House Leader is rising on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, as we are preparing to leave this place for the summer, I would like to extend a few thank yous
to everyone here on Parliament Hill. Let me start with the amazing House leadership team who work with me every day on the multitude of details that must be addressed hour by hour to make this place work. The Deputy House Leader, the Parliamentary Secretary, to the Government House Leader, the Whip, the Deputy Whip, and all of our staffs are incredible public servants who deserve our thanks.
I would also like to thank each and every one of my colleagues in the Liberal Party caucus who have supported me, who have offered me their support throughout this entire session.
Colleagues, very 174 proud and committed Canadians who serve their people proudly every day. I would also be remiss,
I would also be remiss if I did not mention the cooperation. I don't think they'll admit it.
But we have a very healthy and productive working relationship with the House leadership teams of the Conservative Party of Canada, du Bloc Québécois, the New Democrats, and the member for Saanich, Gulf Islands, and the Green Party. Behind the scenes, we certainly don't agree all the time on substance, but we can agree to be agreeable. And that is what we do almost all of the time. And I want to thank my colleagues in all corners of the House for their cooperation.
We come here to Ottawa, Mr. Speaker, sometimes with different solutions, depending on the challenges of the hour. But let's be very clear. We are united in this place in terms of our love for the Canadian Parliament and for Canadians.
Love with our country, in love with our democracy and with this Parliament, Mr. Speaker, and we are united on that. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank you. Merci à vous.
Thank you very much. As a proud Quebecer, and I hope you will forgive us for the fact that we don't make life easy for you every day, Mr. Speaker. But you have served and will continue to serve in this chair with distinction and with nobility. And
thank all of the table, the clerks, the pages, the Parliamentary Protective Service, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. Obviously, all of the people who work very, very hard, whether it be the cafeteria staff, the clerk staffs, all of those who make c'est une petite industrie ici.
To make this Parliament of Canada work, and if I may, Mr. Speaker, I come from the good side of the river, the Quebec side, and we are very proud to serve our country in this way. And it is a great pleasure and an honor for me to come to work every day and pay tribute to another member of Gatineau.
I look forward to seeing you in the fall. I thank all of my colleagues et merci pour la belle session que nous.
Thank you for this wonderful session that we have just finished.
The Chief Opposition Whip on a point of order.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the government House Leader for his words, and it is a pleasure some days to work with him. No, it has been truly a privilege to serve our constituents in this place, Mr. Speaker, each and every day. Mr. Speaker, to begin with, thank you for your dedication to this institution. But more importantly to Canadians. You have served in your role very well and with dignity, and you've brought esteem to the chair, and so I want to thank you for that. To the clerk and the House officers, thank you for your dedication and your commitment to this institution as well. You serve us in this place, but really you are serving Canadians. And so as you preserve this institution, the democracy that Canadians depend on, we thank you for that. To all the House of Commons staff, thank you for your dedication, the long suffering as you deal with members of Parliament who work long hours and unexpected hours sometimes. We are thankful for your flexibility and your dedication to your posts and to Canadians as well. To our pages, this will be our last opportunity to thank you as you will be heading out, and we want to wish you many blessings in your years ahead. We have seen the character and the dignity that you have demonstrated in this past year, and we want to thank you for your service to us and to Canadians. And we wish you well as you head out. We know that Canada has a bright future when we see young people that look exactly like you. To the interpreters, we couldn't do it without you. We have a difficult time understanding each other at the best of times. Never mind when we're speaking different languages. So thank you to our interpreters for continuing to translate our words so that we might understand each other and understand Canadians from coast to coast. And to my colleagues across party lines, I want to thank you for your commitment to this country, but specifically to my colleagues on this side of the House. I serve as the whip, Mr. Speaker, and they have to put up with me. And so I want to thank them for their commitment, not just to our team, but to the constituents that they represent. Every day they come to this House to fight for the freedom and the opportunity for generations to come. My colleagues don't show up here because of personal ambitions, but because they truly want to serve Canadians in every day and every way. They fight for a more affordable Canada and a Canada that will remain the freest place in the world. I want to thank each and every one of you for your steadfast commitments to Canadians, and as we continue to focus on Canadians, we are stronger as a team, and so thank you for that. I do want to, on behalf of my colleagues, express our thanks to our staff that work in our offices, both here on Parliament Hill as well as in our constituencies, for your dedication to the folks that we represent. Thank you for your service. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we couldn't do any of this without our families. Our families stay at home and make massive sacrifices, our children and our spouses, so that we can serve Canadians and be in this place. And so on behalf of myself, on behalf of my colleagues, I want to thank our families at home.
L'honorable whip du Bloc québécois.
The Honourable Whip of the Bloc québécois. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My turn now, Mr. Speaker. I would like to wish a great return to their riding to my colleagues and a great sunny summertime barbecues through this Parliament. We have seen MPs cross the floor almost as often as we've seen the Prime Minister crossing the Atlantic. There is now a majority government with a Prime Minister that has all the air miles in the world. That shakes things up, so it's time to rest. I would like to thank all those who allow us to carry out our parliamentary work, starting by the essential interpreters and all the translation team that remind us that we are not the only ones to take French seriously in Ottawa. Thank you to them. Our most sincere thanks as well to the clerk team, legislative experts, analysts who, in the House and at committees, allow us to be as effective and efficient as possible. Thank you to the pages, to the Parliamentary Protective Services, to the excellent cafeteria team, to the maintenance team without whom we'd never take the lift in Parliament. Well, I don't take it myself, but thank you to IT, without whom we would never be able to open our phones after having changed our password for the 40th time in the last 3 weeks. Did I put 3 or 4 exclamation points in my password? Who knows? In any case, thank you to the Sergeant at Arms team and to all the staff that I may have forgotten. Thank you to you, Mr. Speaker, and to those who are deputy speakers when you're not here. You're all exemplary, and we appreciate your work. We appreciate your impartiality most of the time, nearly all the time. We appreciate the work that you do. Thank you to our Bloc colleagues and to colleagues from all the other parties and to the independents as well. And the Leader of the Government and the Whip of the Conservatives will no doubt allow me to clarify that we work for the common good, but at the same time, we're also preparing Quebec as a country. Let's not forget. Thank you to the riding office staff, our assistants on the Hill. Just a little bit more, Mr. Speaker, to commend our colleague for Saint Bagot Acton, who has chosen to go to New Worlds. We'll miss him. We'd like to thank our constituents who have given us the honour to represent them. Thank you to our families who sometimes miss us, but then they realise sometimes that when we're here, it's good that we're not home. And to all Quebecers, and I wish in my name and on behalf of all of the Bloc Québécois a great Saint-Jean-Baptiste Day. To the minority francophone communities, I wish a good Saint-Jean-Baptiste as well. And to all of our brothers and sisters in the Indigenous people communities, I wish you an excellent 21st of June. See you in September.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would also like to take a moment on behalf of New Democrats to thank all the people that make the work that we do in this House possible. You know, we all come here thinking that we are often the most important people in this place, and I know after just a very short amount of time here, we all realize that it is in fact all of those who do not stand in the House of Commons, all of those that do the work behind us that make this place run so very well. We are all so grateful to the work that they do, to everyone at the table, to the clerks, to our incredible pages. We are going to have to get our own water all summer. It's a hardship that we are going to have to bear. To the journals and the Hansard staff, I don't understand how you keep your decorum and make us sound much smarter, I think, sometimes than we deserve. To the security personnel, to the Sergeant at Arms, thank you so much for keeping us safe in this moment when times become much more dangerous as we go. To the food services staff and the cafeteria staff who keep us fed. We are so grateful for that. Thank you. The maintenance, the client service personnel, the legal staff that keep us out of trouble, the Library of Parliament staff that make us sound smarter than I know we all are, the tech staff, the IT staff that keep our phones running, that keep our technology going for us, the speaker and the speaker's office, and of course, our incredible interpreters who ask us so gently and kindly to send our notes, and we only sometimes do. I want to say thank you very much to them as well. On my end, I also want to make sure that I am thanking the New Democrat staff. It has been a difficult year for many of us, and for Blake, Christine, Jen, Peter, and every one of the staff that have been with us and done the important work. I'm so very grateful. And I would like to echo, to end, the thank you that we have heard from other parties. Our families endure an awful lot while we come and do our work in this place. So I also want to thank our families. And I want to take this moment to encourage every one of us to go back to our ridings and to reflect on the great privilege that we have in serving in this place, and come back in September as perhaps kinder, perhaps more forgiving, and perhaps more interested in rolling up our sleeves and getting to work for Canadians. Thank you.
Excellent. Here, here.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that my colleagues have already thought to thank everyone. I hope no one has been forgotten. But for the summer, I want to extend my most heartfelt wishes to everyone. Take care of yourselves and stay united for Canada.
September, let us stand united, cross party lines, and make sure that anyone who thinks this country is less than a country that has more in common than in the difference, a country that doesn't understand that what makes us the best place in the world to live is that we take care of each other, love our neighbors, and no matter what may be going on around us, know that we are blessed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dear colleagues, as we prepare to focus on our families and our constituents, I too wish to take a moment to thank all those who have made it possible for us to do our work here in the House of Commons. Au nom de tous les députés,
On behalf of all members, my sincere thank you to the staff of the administration, without whom we would not have been able to carry out our work. The interpreters, IT, maintenance, clerks, pages, members of the broadcasting team, and also members of the Parliamentary Protective Services who day in, day out are here to keep us safe, and also the staff of the Library of Parliament, and also catering services. Your service inspires us, and we are always grateful for the work you do.
A wonderful summer, but especially a safe summer. I wish that everyone to be safe. Je tiens à vous.
I would like to wish to each and every one of you a wonderful summertime, but also a safe summertime.
Before we say our goodbyes, after a question period, it's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight or this afternoon at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, on employment. The Honourable Member for York-Durham on taxation. The sitting is suspended to the call of the chair. La séance est suspendue jusqu'à l'appel de la présidence. Merci, collègues. We will end the suspension momentarily. Colleagues, please take your seats if you're here. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This has been one of the most disappointing years of my nearly 7 years in Parliament, watching the Carney government bulldoze constitutional rights and human rights. The final blow came this week when the Liberals tabled a new water legislation after years of failing to end long-term boil advisories. This bill does not recognize safe, clean water as a human right for First Nations. Worse, it limits protections to reserve boundaries while ignoring Aboriginal title and the reality that pollution from resource extraction flows beyond reserve lines, contaminating the waters of our nations depend on. As the session ends, I will return home to Winnipeg Centre, that I lovingly nicknamed the Centre of the Universe. A community built on care, solidarity, where we understand the importance of always placing community at the center. I will rest, restore my spirit, and return in the fall, ready to keep fighting for a better future for everyone. Thank you.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, if we as Canadians ask ourselves what things, what events define who we are as a people, I think we'd be hard-pressed to find anything more quintessentially Canadian is that triumphant moment when the captain of the Stanley Cup winning team hoists the cup over their head. It's the moment that many of us grow up dreaming about. However, very few of us actually get to live that dream. However, one of my constituents did last Sunday as Jordan Stahl accepted the cup on behalf of the Carolina Hurricanes and hoisted it in the air and for a moment became King of Canada. Not only that, he won the Conn Smythe Playoff Most Valuable Player. Mr. Speaker, sincerely, let me say, I think a lot of Canadians would agree with me in saying that life doesn't get any better than that. Congratulations, Jordan. We look forward to your bringing home the cup this summer.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the family-run Tyson Downs Association for donating a new AED save station at Harrison Park in Owen Sound. Tyson Downs was an exceptional 18-year-old athlete and lacrosse player who passed away suddenly in 2023 as a result of cardiac arrest. Yesterday, this new save station was officially unveiled just outside the Harrison Park Inn in Owen Sound. Nice. It houses an automated external defibrillator that is now available to the public 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Harrison Park is one of the busiest public spaces in our community. Family, athletes, visitors, and communities group use it throughout the year. In an emergency, having an AED close by can make the difference between life and death. I want to thank the Tyson Downs Association, Save Station, the Owen Sound Attack, the City of Owen Sound, and everyone who helped make this possible. Congratulations, and thank you for helping to improve cardiac safety in our community.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise with great pride as Canada competes on the world stage at the FIFA World Cup. This year, Team Canada includes 6 players from Brampton: Tejan Buchanan, Promise David, Kyle Lauren, Leah Miller, Jonathan Osorio, and Jaden Nelson. Their talent, discipline, and dedication are a true reflection of the hard work that it takes to compete at the highest level. This is a remarkable achievement. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize the parents, coaches, volunteers, and families who work day and night to support our young athletes and push them to believe in our country. To all of the players, Canada is cheering you on. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all members of this House, I would like to wish Team Canada the best of luck as they represent our country on the international stage. Together, let's make Canada proud. Go Canada, go!
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, after almost 75 years, a chapter in history is coming to a close. Like so many Canadians, I remember how, on Saturday evenings, my family and I would be glued to the screen watching the Montreal Canadiens, guided by the voices of Le Cavalier, Garneau, and Paget.
When I was a coach, I watched the Hockey Night in Canada. The brand remains a national legend, and its iconic theme song became our second national anthem, led by memorable icons like Foster Witt, Bob Cole, Danny Gallivan, and Ron McLean. This broadcast perfectly connected our country. Ce rendez-vous a donné le goût à des milliers.
The show brought inspiration to thousands of young people to take to the ice and play our national sport, bringing together French and English-speaking communities.
Its mission will continue to resonate from coast to coast.
Hear, hear. Well done.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa, Vanier, Gloucester.
I'm sure you are one that appreciates a great shawarma. On June 7th, the second edition of the Shawarma Festival was held in my riding in the Byward Market, where more than 20,000 people attended. It was a massive success and a very tasty one. A major highlight was the successful attempt to set a new Guinness World Record for the longest shawarma wrap in the world and reached an impressive length of 373.53 meters. Imagine that! This remarkable effort resulted in a total of 2,451 sandwiches that were donated to the Shepherds of Good Hope. Depuis, j'ai eu le privilège d'être juge pour...
What's more, I had the privilege of being a judge to choose the best shawarma in Ottawa. I tasted 9 shawarmas. Bustan got first prize, 3 Brothers and Shawarma Palace got second and third prize.
Mo Mosalem and the Giza Entertainment Team for hosting an incredible event. This is proof that when our community comes together, we don't just break records, we build a stronger, more caring city for everyone. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lake.
As Canada prepares to celebrate its 159th birthday, we have every reason to be proud of the country that we call home. In Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes, that story is written into our landscape. The Rideau Canal helped build a young nation. The Thousand Islands became one of Canada's great treasures. Our farmers have fed Canadians for generations, and in every major conflict since Confederation, the men and women of our communities have answered the call to serve. Their story is Canada's story. A nation built by people with hard work, who served when called and left a stronger country for the next generation. As we look ahead to July 1st, may we celebrate the courage, the service, and sacrifice that built the Canada that we're all proud to call home.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, I couldn't be more proud that Durham College is helping shape Canada's future through innovation, talent, and technology. Under the leadership at Durham College's Centre for Innovation and Research, their AI Hub and Mixed Reality Capture Studio are helping Canadian businesses adopt emerging technologies, improve productivity, and bring new products to market. As members of the Tech Access Canada, these centres connect small and medium-sized businesses, including those in my riding of Whitby, with specialized expertise, equipment, and applied research support. Through our government's AI for All strategy and renewed financial support for the College and Community Innovation Program in the Spring Economic Update, which funds the Tech Access Centres, Durham College will be able to support many more, hundreds of Canadian companies to adopt artificial intelligence, commercialize new technologies, and compete globally. I want to say on behalf of all members on this side of the House, congratulations to Durham College for all the work that they do to ensure Canadian innovators succeed.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today we honor the life and legacy of Philip Roderick Macaulay, longtime president of Calgary's Royal Canadian Legion Branch No. 1, who passed away on June 11th. For more than 50 years, Phil dedicated himself to the Legion, serving veterans, supporting his community, and working tirelessly to ensure the branch remained a vibrant place. A proud Navy veteran, Phil spent decades in service, including 20 years as branch president, and earned the Legion's Meritorious Service Medal. We remember Phil for his humor, his generosity, and his unwavering commitment to keeping the Legion relevant for all. Phil's loss will be deeply felt, especially by his wife of 37 years, Sue, who continues her own service to Branch No. 1. I will miss Phil at Remembrance Day ceremonies and Legion events where he was a constant presence. On behalf of this House, I extend our heartfelt condolences. May we all strive to carry forward Phil's spirit of service and remembrance, lest we forget.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, it's official. Quebec has its very own Leonardo da Vinci. I'm referring to Jérôme Duprat, a researcher, professor, and musician. Now he's also Quebec's chief scientist. That's right, Jérôme Duprat, the Cowboy Fringant Band's bassist, a specialist in environmental economics and professor at the Université du Québec in the Outaouais, has been appointed chief scientist by the government of Quebec. This great man will be tasked with advising the government on science, of leading the Quebec Research Fund, and also of promoting science, especially among young people. And it's not just his music that has him shining abroad. Jérôme Duprat's expertise earned him two major prestigious research chairs, including one which is UNESCO. He is an environmental ecologist, he is a musician and an exceptional communicator. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois and from one environmental activist to another, best wishes, friend, and we hope that Quebec will put your advice to good use.
The Honourable Member for Kanata.
Mr. Speaker, graduation season is underway, and right now students across Kanata, Carp, Bell's Corner, and Stittsville are crossing stages, celebrating one of the biggest milestones in their lives. To the class of 2026, you earned this. Years of hard work, perseverance, late nights, and the friendships you've built along the way have all led to this moment. Whether you're heading to university, to college, learning a skilled trade, or something entirely new, the path forward is yours to shape. The future is full of possibilities, and I have no doubt that each one of you will make a meaningful contribution to your community and your country. I also want to thank the families, the teachers, the mentors, and school staff whose support has helped make this achievement possible. Thank you. Congratulations, class of 2026. Be proud of all that you have accomplished. The future is bright, and I look forward to all you will accomplish. Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
1867, a sacred covenant, free people governing themselves, rising above region and religion, building a sovereign nation on ordered liberty under laws we write ourselves. That promise was betrayed by decades of central control. The Laurentian Consensus treated provinces as problems to manage, resource wealth redistributed, development blocked, jurisdictions ignored, an ideological project from Trudeau the father continued by the son. Canadians reject it. We hunger for restoration. Canada is the third oldest democracy on planet Earth, heir to the Magna Carta and the Declaration of the Rights of Man. Any self-respecting nation fights for its existence. Ours is a federation of equal partners, a vital contribution to the most successful civilization in history. It is being dismantled, and it must be restored. The choice is clear. Decline as a grievance-ridden middle power under central control, or reclaim the strength and ambition of a rising major power. We will keep the promise of 1867, the promise of our founding, and the promise for generations to come.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to share good news.
The 5th annual Stittsville Multicultural Festival is taking place this Saturday, June 20th at Village Square Park in beautiful Stittsville. The festival brings together residents from all over the region to celebrate diversity through cultural performances, food, music, and local organizations. It showcases people and cultures that make our community a wonderful place to live, grow, and thrive in. A special thank you to all the volunteers whose dedication over the years and hard work has made Welcome to Stittsville Multicultural Festival possible each year. I encourage everyone to bring family and friends to enjoy all the festival has to offer. It brings out the best of us, it shows the best of us, and it is something that we can all be proud of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
Mr. Speaker, for whatever reason, the Prime Minister has told us that affordability is the best it has been in decades. Perhaps if he spent less time in Europe, he might be aware that we now have full-time workers living in RVs and in trailers. Families who do not have the benefit of luxury million-dollar in-flight catering are spending over 120% of their income on food and rent alone. Some Canadians who are not Liberal friends or insiders and do not receive luxury Liberal appointments even have turned to crowdfunding to make ends meet. In my riding, the Central Okanagan Food Bank is now serving 12,000 people, a 20% increase, and despite record deficit spending, after he promised Canadians he would spend less, this Prime Minister is the only G7 leader to take his country into a recession. Make no mistake, the Liberals' inflationary spending and anti-development policies created this recession and cost of living crisis. These are Liberal choices. Only Conservatives will end wasteful spending, cut bureaucracy, restore accountability, and replace Liberal excess with results, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga, Rosemont-Est. Mr. Speaker, take it from me, there are plenty of reasons to spend some time in Hochelaga, Rosemont-Est this summer. There are balcony concerts, there's the truly unique Triporteur race, tricycles, I couldn't make that up if I tried. There's also open-air wrestling. My riding and wrestling, that tradition lives on. But today, above all, I want to invite you to join in the celebrations for a landmark that is emblematic not only of East Montreal, but of Canada as a whole, and that is our incredible Olympic Stadium, which is celebrating its 50th birthday this year. Back in '76, Montrealers, Canadians, and the whole world discovered this architectural masterpiece by Roger Taillibert during the Montreal Olympic Games. Throughout the summer, Mr. Speaker, there will be guided tours, displays, and a big show to mark the occasion. And the icing on the cake? Yes, the queen of the Montreal Games herself has confirmed she'll be there. Nadia. Dear Nadia, I will be waiting for you with a perfect 10 in my hand. See you soon, Nadia.
The Honourable, on sait qu'on n'a pas le droit de...
We cannot use props or accessories. That said, I do remember the '76 Olympics, and it was wonderful.
Battle River Crowfoot.
For over a century and a half, Canadians took for granted that when people came here from around the world, they left their problems behind. Foreign wars stayed on the other side of the pond. But after a decade of Liberal immigration, Liberal borders, Liberal catch and release crime, Liberal terror laws, those problems are coming here. Harassment and intimidation, guns for hire, shootings at homes, businesses and schools, foreign regimes paying for attacks on Canadian soil have become a regular story. Canada's Persian community is one of the prime victims. The media reports there are 700 IRGC-linked officials on the ground and many more who are part of that regime who continue to terrorize people and use the plunder they stole from the Iranian people. It's time for real action. Finally set up the Foreign Agent Registry, kick out the IRGC and other regime officials, and prevent new ones from coming in. Then and only then will we make Canada safe at home and restore the promise here at home.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, June is ALS Awareness Month. As a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease, ALS, or Lou Gehrig's disease, gradually reduces a person's ability to move, speak, eat, and eventually breathe. Daily life changes within months of diagnosis. Life expectancy is dramatically reduced. However, there's hope. Researchers are making impressive advances in ALS treatment. Last year, scientists at Sunnybrook Hospital's Hurwitz Brain Sciences program in Don Valley West achieved a world first by non-invasively delivering immunotherapy directly to the brain of an ALS patient. Home to Canada's largest ALS clinic, Sunnybrook is steadily improving care for patients with ALS. The ALS Society is central to this. To them, I say congratulations for nearly 50 years of advocacy representing Canadians with ALS. And lastly, to patients with ALS, like the late Marielle Bélanger and my friend Chris May, and to your families, your courage inspires us every day. Thank you.
Oral questions. Questions.
Oral question.
Leader of the Opposition.
While this Prime Minister is going into his third session, I ask a question. Are your groceries, gas, mortgage payments cheaper? Are streets safer? Canada is the only G20 country in a recession. We've doubled our deficit. The cost of gas, groceries, mortgages are nearing historical highs. What other illusions and promises and excuses can the Prime Minister make? Can he stand up now to defend his results, disastrous results? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, since we are ending a very productive session, I would like to wish the Leader of the Opposition and his entire family a lovely summer, and may he benefit, like us all, from time with our family. Of course, we did deliver 21 pieces of legislation, and we were able to deliver the biggest criminal justice reform in the history of our country. We delivered cost of living reductions for millions of Canadians, and we are going to continue our hard work and move forward. The Honourable Mr. Speaker, the question was for the Prime Minister, who missed his 100th QP session to defend his track record on the cost of living and this Liberal recession and the doubling of the deficit. You know that we are cutting close to the line here on some of the standing orders. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition may continue, but I would ask him to be careful, please. We're going to be careful about the fact that the Prime Minister cannot defend the cost of living, which is skyrocketing, this Liberal recession, which is the only in the G20, at the same time that he's playing with smoke and mirrors and apologies. He should be responsible. So can he rise in the House of Commons and explain when will life cost less, be more affordable, when this Liberal recession end? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, in this last question period before the summer period, I would have expected the Leader of the Opposition to thank the Prime Minister of Canada, in fact, for the work he has done at the G7. He brought back 3 agreements worth $5 billion, and he's also representing Canada in an international event today. So on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about 174 Liberal MPs who form a strong team to build a strong Canada, and we're going to build the strongest economy in the G7, and I hope that the Leader of the Opposition will applaud the success of this government. The Honourable
As the Prime Minister ends his third session, I ask you a question. Are your groceries, your gas, your mortgage payments more affordable than they were a year ago? Are your streets more safe, or are they more riddled with crime? Aside from his endless announcements, excuses, and promises, this Prime Minister has doubled the deficit, increased housing costs, home building is actually down, gas, groceries, and mortgage payments nearing record highs. So will the Prime Minister put aside the illusions and stand up in this House of Commons now and defend his disastrous results?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we are at the end of a session, and I wish the Leader of the Opposition, his colleagues, and obviously his family restful summer, as I wish to all my colleagues on this side of the House. I do want to point out, Mr. Speaker, that we are finishing one of the most productive legislative sessions in recent history. 21 bills have become law through this chamber, the largest criminal justice reform passed in the history of Canada. Liberals are the law and order party now, and we have put in place a series of measures to make life easier and more affordable for Canadians. We're not stopping there. We're going to continue the work. We're going to build Canada strong, and we're going to make this country proud.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
No, we do not plan a restful summer. We plan all summer long to fight against the Liberal recession, Liberal inflation, the rising Liberal cost of living, and the rising Liberal crime crisis in our streets. Take, for example, investment. This Liberal Prime Minister promised he would increase it. He's delivered 5 consecutive quarters of declining investment. This is the only G7 country who has done that. One of the reasons why our country is in a recession that means paychecks down and the cost of living up. So will the Canadian people deserve accountability and results? Will the Prime Minister stand and deliver both now?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Come to the end of the session, you would expect a leader of the opposition to be a bit more cheerful, Mr. Speaker, because in fact they are good news, Mr. Speaker. If he wants to look at results, Canada is the second fastest growing economy in the G7, Mr. Speaker. The G7, Mr. Speaker. We have seen investment in machinery and equipment is up, Mr. Speaker. We have seen that business investment in intellectual property is up, Mr. Speaker. Instead of complaining, you should celebrate our workers, our industry, and Canada. Let's build Canada strong together, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
That's not just an illusion, that's a hallucination. The government's own statistical agency says the economy is shrinking. Yes. It shrunk this quarter, and it shrunk the quarter before that. In fact, it shrunk 3 out of the last 4 quarters. You can't be the second fastest growing when you are shrinking, as the Minister of Finance might appreciate and relate to, Mr. Speaker. So the question is for the Prime Minister, who's delivered the only recession in the G7 with consequences of higher costs for Canadians. Will he stand and defend the results instead of the...
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, what an insult to the hard-working tradespeople and building unions across this country who've been standing with this government, fighting to build Canada strong, fighting to train their members and make sure more young people have great skilled jobs that pay fabulous wages, something I thought those guys were for, and vote against every single time. What an insult to the hard-working entrepreneurs across this country who have banded together to build up this country. Maybe they should stop talking down Canada.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Liberal Prime Minister cannot defend his disastrous record, and this is the same path and journey with him every single time. He takes on a big fancy job, and then he causes disastrous costs for people, and then moves on before he can be held accountable. He caused the worst inflation in the G7 as the Governor of the Bank of England, along with a housing crisis. He was Justin Trudeau's economic advisor, doubling housing costs, debt, and food bank lineups, and now he's delivered the only G7 recession, and he is unable to defend his results. Will he stand today and give accountability and results to hardworking Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, well, I know the Leader of the Opposition isn't interested in working with the Prime Minister. Here's who is. The Premier of Alberta. Wow. The Premier of Saskatchewan. The Premier of Ontario. The Premier of Nova Scotia. They're all conservatives and they all want to work with us. Maybe they could take a page from the provincial premiers.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, as we take stock from this session, there are 2 things that Quebecers will remember. The first is that this Prime Minister has betrayed the environment and brought an end to our fight against climate change and forced the member for Sainte-Marie to resign. The second is the Prime Minister's cultural betrayal as he sacrificed French language content creation in favor of tech giants to please Donald Trump. These two setbacks jeopardize the future and will essentially line the pockets of American tycoons. How can the Liberals thus undo an entire generation of struggle and progress in this way? The Honourable Government House Leader. We're talking about generations of investment and generational investment. We have invested hundreds of billions in Quebec Francophone and Canadian Francophone culture. This is something that the Bloc didn't even mention in its budgetary proposals. The Liberal Party of Canada is investing hundreds of millions in culture and Francophone culture to ensure the survival of the French language. In terms of the environment, how to explain is the Bloc is turning its back on the greenest public transit project in the history of Canada, the high-speed rail. The Honourable Member Saint-Jean. The Prime Minister's record is his climate betrayal. It's his cultural betrayal with billions left on the table. It's concession after concession to Donald Trump with no gains whatsoever. It's Quebec's economy that's hit hardest by the tariffs, yet receives the least support, particularly in aluminum and processing sectors. We're also talking about gag orders, an authoritarian agenda aimed at concentrating power and suspending laws. That's a lack of respect. This is his true record. Those are his true colors. Does he realize that he'll eventually pay the price if he continues to do the opposite of what he promises? The Honourable Minister. Seriously, Mr. Speaker, $1.3 billion for culture, and the Bloc is spitting on this? He's talking about betrayal from a party that wants to destroy our country. That's not serious. I wish them a happy Canada Day and a happy Saint Jean Baptiste Day. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, this is an unfortunate tendency that the Prime Minister has. He says one thing and does the opposite. For example, in his campaign platform, we saw the word climate change 28 times, but not once did we see pipeline. But now his pipeline takes priority. Another example, he said he would solve the Donald Trump tariff issue last July, yet he keeps making concessions to Donald Trump, who yesterday kept repeating that he wants nothing to do with free trade. Does the Prime Minister think he can keep saying one thing and then doing the opposite for much longer? The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation. Mr. Speaker, he wants to talk about our track record. Let's talk about it. We're talking about $10 billion in infrastructure for our hospitals, transit, and schools in Quebec. Our track record is 3 billion Quebecers who will have the grocery benefit. Our track record is 40% reduction in child poverty with the CCB, which serves millions of families in Quebec. Our track record is our high-speed train project in Quebec that we're funding 40% of. We're talking about this train between Quebec City and Toronto, which is fundamental. So for
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, instead of being accountable for Liberal inflation and the Liberal recession, the Prime Minister is now making his 12th announcement on housing. This after he led to a 6% reduction in home building, and his own housing agency expects that it will fall another 18%. Finally, this Prime Minister has given us the biggest increases in costs in housing anywhere in the G7. So instead of another illusion, another announcement, will he stand and take accountability for the costly failures that he's denied Canadians homeowners?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the member mentions housing, and what I want to say is congratulations to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities, who will be announcing today in British Columbia with the Prime Minister an historic agreement with the Government of British Columbia that follows agreements with provinces across this country. We are going to keep building homes. Rents are coming down, Mr. Speaker. Housing's become more affordable. We've taken the GST off homes for first-time home buyers and under $1 million. Mr. Speaker, we're just getting started. We are going to have a revolution in housing.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
They already had a revolution. solution. This Liberal government doubled housing costs, and to solve the problem, this Liberal Prime Minister picked the Mayor of Vancouver, who made that city the most expensive housing market in the world. Since promising to double home building, this Prime Minister has delivered a 6% reduction in construction, and his own housing agency expects it will drop another 18%. So instead of another promise or illusion, will he do his job, stand in this House, and be accountable for his failures?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by thanking all our partners in housing, municipalities, provinces, Indigenous communities, planners, builders, everybody that is working together, because the trends are indeed moving in the right direction. Housing starts are up. Housing sales are up, and rents are down. Mr. Speaker, things are moving in the right direction, thanks to everybody that's working hard together for Canada.
Bravo! The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This government is at war with its own statistical agencies. It's incredible. CMHC, the Liberal, no, it's their housing agency that says construction is down by 6%, Mr. Speaker. Their housing agency says it will drop another 18%. Instead of another photo op, another announcement, another dazzling speech, will the Prime Minister go over to the CMHC and find out how it is that he is pulling back on home building by another 18%?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, interesting that the number 6 just came up, because when that member was the minister responsible for the CMHC, you know how many pieces of affordable housing, how many units that did he build during his entire tenure, Mr. Speaker? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 units of housing were built under this person's tenure. We're going to build hundreds of thousands of homes for young Canadians. We're going to give them a reduction in GST. We're going to put builders to work, and we're going to put housing in every place in this country.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The reason the member, I forgive him for getting his numbers wrong. He can't count numbers bigger than the number of fingers on his hand. And the reality is politicians do not build homes. When I was housing minister, no, they don't. Politicians do not build homes. Carpenters.
That merits from the top.
Politicians do not build homes. Carpenters, electricians, and plumbers build homes. Yeah. What you do is have the policies that get out of the way so that they can do that. You want some stats? When I was minister, there were 200,000 homes built in 1 year. The average cost, $450,000. The average rent, $950. Today, it's nearly double that on both counts. This Prime Minister has claimed that he would increase home building by 100%. It's down 6%. So enough with the illusions. Canadians can't afford their rent and their mortgages. Will the Prime Minister defend his disastrous result?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Labour.
Mr. Speaker, I have a newsflash for the honourable member. You know who builds houses? The building trades builds houses. You know who's supporting the building trades, Mr. Speaker? This government, Mr. Speaker. $6 billion in skilled trades to build right across this country. We're building bridges and roads and hospitals right across this country, Mr. Speaker. We're going to stand up for our workers every single day. When will they get on board?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, so at least they listened for once. Yes. I explained to them that houses are built by plumbers, electricians, and carpenters, and he stand up and said that building trades build homes. We know who builds homes, but do we know who blocks homes? Liberals block homes. They've been blocking homes so badly for so long that now we have the most expensive real estate in the G7. And under this Prime Minister, home building has actually dropped while he has increased the spending on bureaucracy. So will he get out of the way of home builders and stand in this House, take accountability for his home building failures?
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's some good news. I'd like to point out that housing starts are 3% higher than the same period last year. Completions have increased by 10%, meaning more homes are being finished. And we're seeing growth in places like BC and Ontario and Montreal. New construction is up by about 18%. But, Mr. Speaker, we also know that sales are up as well, and the measures that we put in place, like the first-time home buyers for GST reductions and the HST reductions that are happening in Ontario, are working.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
You know why this Prime Minister cannot stand and answer a question in the House of Commons? Because he has been wrong about every single economic issue of the last decade. He was wrong to push bigger and broader carbon taxes. Wrong to say that we should keep half of our oil in the ground. Wrong to say that COVID would lead to deflation or dropping prices. Wrong to say that government should print hundreds of billions of dollars, the reason that we have the inflation. Now he's wrong again. As the only G20 leader out of 20 countries to lead his country in recession, does the Prime Minister realize when he gets it wrong, Canadians pay the price?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
We've been having an interesting conversation this week in this very forum. The Conservatives pretend to stand up and care for vulnerable people in this country, yet every time we propose a program, a tax reduction, or a hand up to people, they vote against it. When we talk about the unjustified trade war being perpetrated on this country, what do? They say we're having a hissy fit. When we try and build this country up, build housing, build major projects like high-speed rail, build critical minerals, what do? They criticize that. What, for the love of all that is good, is this leader for?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I'll tell them what we're for. We're for an affordable Canada. A Canada with growing paychecks and safer streets. The exact opposite of what this Prime Minister has delivered. This is his record. 5, count them, 5 consecutive quarters of declining investment. 3 of the last 4 quarters, the economy has declined. In fact, the GDP of Canada today is smaller than when he came Prime Minister. In fact, the GDP was bigger on the last day of Justin Trudeau in office. We now have the most expensive real estate, the highest household debt, and the second highest unemployment in the G7. Is that why the Prime Minister is afraid to stand in this House and answer a question?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Let me remind the leader we will take no lessons from the Conservatives. I think he needed to be reminded, Mr. Speaker. We have the second fastest growing economy in the G7. We have made record investment in infrastructure, generational investment in housing, generational investment in productivity and innovation, generational investment in our defenses, Mr. Speaker. We're going to build Canada strong. We're going to support our workers, our industry, Mr. Speaker. We're going to build Canada like never before. Get on board, man.
Is the Minister inviting the Chair to take the train?
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, the event of the year is the Liberals' climate betrayal. Their track record is the pipeline deal with Alberta. It's the end of environmental impact assessments. It's pipelines and offshore drilling that disregard protected areas and endangered species. It's the resignation of the MP for Laurie Ste. Marie. It's 3 young Canadians and 2 environmental groups that are suing the federal government because it's abandoning any possibility of reaching net zero. That's their track record. How can the Liberals continue to defend the Prime Minister? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, our track record is a nature strategy that will protect green areas across the country, both marine and terrestrial land. It's electricity that, at the demand of Hydro-Quebec, will help to have important networks and fight against climate change. It's a tax credit that will and rebates that will help Canadians to buy green vehicles, electric vehicles. We are doing the work to fight against climate change. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, That's an embarrassing answer. The Liberals' downward spiral continues. The consultation documents for Quebecers on the decommissioning of the Gentilly 1 nuclear power plant are in English only. If Quebecers want to get information about the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, they have to read 600 pages in English only. What a lack of respect. I have, in fact, lodged a complaint with the Commissioner of Official Languages. Will this government ask the Commission to extend the consultation deadline until the documentation is complete and available in French? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for having raised this issue. It's unacceptable that these documents were not provided in French. We agree that Quebecers should be able to understand and participate in the discussions on projects that could impact their communities. We clearly let the Canadian Laboratory know that they have to support mobilization and consultations in both official languages.
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Where are the results? Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister promised to double the pace of housing construction to almost 500,000 new homes a year, but his own budget watchdog says his new $13 billion housing agency will only build about 5,000. The CMHC's chief economist this week pointed to, I quote, weaker momentum for future supply. Meanwhile, Canada's home prices are up 28% since 2015. Canada has the worst housing affordability in all of the G7. My question is simple. Will the Prime Minister stand and defend his record?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to share good news that Build Canada Homes Act C-20 has just passed the Senate. This is another great initiative we have underway to bring down the cost of housing, in particular rent. And I'd like to share, Mr. Speaker, that rents have fallen for 20 consecutive months, nearly down 8% from their peak last year. We're seeing the declines in a number of provinces, including decreases of 1.8% in Quebec, 3.9% in Alberta, 5.7% rent decreases in British Columbia, and 6% in Ontario, where that member is from.
Member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member just described what happens in a recession. The fact is, Canadians need results. This Prime Minister promised results. In fact, he promised to build at a speed not seen in a generation. But all he has delivered in his first year has been a third federal housing bureaucracy with no targets, no timelines, and no results. He has given Canadians higher costs, higher debt, and fewer homes. His regular news conferences in front of that housing construction project in the south end of Ottawa every Monday is not going to fool Canadians much longer. Home construction is slowing. The crisis is getting worse. Where are the results?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, that's from a party whose leader actually called middle-class housing shacks, co-op housing Soviet style. He has members who mocked modular housing, and that leader actually had the audacity to tell his members not to advocate for housing accelerator funds that would have helped housing construction in their ridings. Mr. Speaker, that leader, that party has no credibility when it comes to housing. On this side, we're going to build, baby, build. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent Akorenrak. Mr. Speaker, for over a year now, this Liberal Prime Minister has been in power. And here's a very simple question. Where are the concrete results for Canadians? Canada is the only G20 country in a recession. Over the past 4 quarters, but 3 out of the 4 has seen a contraction in GDP. Business capital investment has declined for 5 consecutive quarters. Canada has the second highest unemployment rate in the G7. No wonder that with this track record, the Prime Minister is having a hard time being accountable. But I would invite the Prime Minister to stand up and defend his miserable track record to Canadians. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I don't know where my colleague is taking his information from, but I would encourage him to refresh his research tools because we added 88,000 new jobs to our economy. Salaries are up. And we know that still too many Canadians are facing a high cost of living, but we have a school food bank program. We have essential grocery benefit. and I hope that he will take advantage of this summer in his riding to think about all the time they voted against Canadians during this session. Thank you.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent, Acawenrac. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I hope that this government will take into account StatsCan data about the budget over the last year. The deficit is more than twice as high as forecast. The cost of living has risen in May, and since last May, house starts have fallen, and sadly, and that's probably the worst element of the government's record, 2.2 million Canadians, a third of whom are children, are relying on food banks. That is the Liberal record. Will the Prime Minister stand up to defend this record? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, this government's record is creating a very resilient economy. Given the contrarian winds from the south, we are a growing economy. I suggested to my colleagues last week to consult the Business Cycle Council of the C.D. Howe Institute. I asked them to read this report. It would be very instructive, and they would change their tune once they read it. Once again, it must go through the Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, truly this Prime Minister is nothing but smoke and mirrors. A banker is supposed to be good with figures, yet here's the Prime Minister's track record, an extra $1,000 on the grocery bill for every family in 2026. Business capital investment has fallen for 5 consecutive quarters, and the second highest unemployment rate in the G7. Mr. Speaker, this record means we are the only G20 country in recession. The Prime Minister is shirking his accountability to Canadians. Will he take responsibility for this recession? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues seem to be forgetting recent news. They've forgotten that we announced that we would increase the size of the Port of Montreal in Contrecoeur. That will generate 8,000 direct and indirect jobs, $1.2 billion of investments. The Nouveau Monde graphite mine in Matawini will generate 1,000 new jobs and $1.2 billion in investments. Have they also missed the announcement for the new planes built by Bombardier, which will create thousands of new jobs?
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, constituents in my riding of Hamilton Centre elected this government to act quickly and strengthen Canada's justice system, which is why we brought forward several pieces of criminal justice legislation in the first 4 months of this newly elected government. Can the Minister of Justice tell the House what reform the government is introducing to help the justice system work efficiently in our communities?
Good question.
Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague not only for his hard work, but for his relentless pursuit of a stronger Canada and a safer Hamilton. As a result of his advocacy, Mr. Speaker, this House has adopted laws to completely renovate the bail system and to lead to stiffer sentences for violent repeat offenders. He's also lent his support to new laws to combat hate crimes and to attack the scourge of intimate partner violence in this country. We are the party that is going to work with law enforcement to advance a law and order agenda and, most importantly, to keep Canadians safe.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Yesterday, the Secretary of State confirmed what many Canadians already feared. A foreign government is funding and directing attacks on synagogues, businesses, and the U.S. consulate, and now the murder of a Toronto police officer. This government has known for years they did nothing. They imported terror, they weakened criminal justice laws, they slashed penalties, and they offered zero accountability to foreign actors operating on our soil. 11 years of this Liberal government, and foreign regimes are paying hitmen to shoot up our cities. Canadians deserve an answer. Who knew? When did they know, and why they didn't do anything about it?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, on the day of his funeral, I ask all members to join me in honouring OPP Constable Tharun Bailey, who made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty, and in extending our heartfelt condolences to his loved ones and fellow officers. We're seeing media reporting in Canada and elsewhere that these shooters were paid for hire, and reports also suggesting that they were paid for by foreign actors. I want to make it clear that my comments were aimed to echo what is being reported on by media and what Toronto Police Chief Demkew has said and believes is the case.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, one thing is clear is that the family of those police officers deserve better answers than that.
That's right.
They are in government. They have been there for 11 years. They are not bystanders in any of this. They let terrorists flood our country. They built a catch and release bail system. They allowed judges to ignore almost every mandatory minimum, including for drive-by shootings. Mr. Speaker, one of these shooters was out on bail. The other one was out on probation. And now the minister told everybody that a foreign regime did it. Right. Is that really her answer?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our government has always been committed to the safety and security of all Canadians. Any form of violence, intimidation, or transnational repression targeting individuals and communities in Canada is unacceptable and punishable under Canadian law. We're taking action to protect Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We're passing the most comprehensive criminal justice reforms in a generation. And just this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, after many, many days of obstruction, we passed Bill C-22, lawful access.
Okay. Emotions are running high. We'll take a short little break here, and then the minister can continue. The minister can continue with his answer.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, this House passed Bill C-22, which is lawful access. Despite days of obstruction from the opposition, it is a critical tool that law enforcement has been asking for in order to ensure the safety and security of all Canadians.
The honourable member for Quebec-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, where are the results? New Brunswick families are feeling the effects of this Liberal recession every day. Canada is the only G20 country in a recession. GDP has shrunk for 3 of the last 4 quarters, and unemployment is second highest in the G7. If things are going so well, why won't the Prime Minister stand up and defend his record?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I have breaking news. The Parliamentary Budget Officer just confirmed that low-income Canadians will get over $2,200 through automatic tax filing. Wow. Mr. Speaker, that is for 5.5 million Canadians. It will mean $350 million for Canadians in benefits over the next 5 years. Hopefully that member there, Mr. Speaker, will support New Brunswick families and support our programs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Quebec-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, according to that member on that side of the House, everyone should just be happy. You're getting an announcement. You're getting an announcement. You're getting an announcement. You get a commission. You get rhetoric. But guess what? There's still no results. Canadians want results. Show us the results.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
That member, I know Theatre New Brunswick is probably auditioning for some key roles, and so that member, I think, should sign up. He's missed his calling. Let me give him some results. 21 pieces of legislation, every single one of them, Mr. Speaker, which helps Canada move ahead, which helps us be the #1 growing country in the G7, which makes our communities safer and gets rid of violence in our streets. And you know what else? Every single one of them, he voted against, Mr. Speaker. Results over here, over there, dead air, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, we ask again, where are
are the result. More families are facing financial hardship. Business investments are declining, and job opportunities are harder and harder to find in this country. Under this Liberal Prime Minister, Canada has become the only G20 nation that is in a recession. And now Canada has the second highest unemployment rate in the G7. Will the Prime Minister stop hiding from accountability and admit that this Liberal recession has left millions of Canadians facing a fearful...
Oh, the Honourable Minister of Women and Gender Equality, Tourism and Small Business.
Our government is focused on ensuring that everyday essentials are more affordable for Canadians, and that is why our government introduced the first ever Canada National Food Security Strategy. This is our $3 billion plan to make sure that we're increasing competition, we're making more food here at home. This is going to help Canadian producers, Canadian farmers, independent grocers, while bringing the prices in the grocery stores down, Mr. Speaker. We're going to be focused on helping support Canadians while creating jobs and creating a strong economy.
Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, that's all rhetoric and no result. This Liberal Prime Minister has doubled Justin Trudeau's deficit. The Prime Minister has outspent every previous government in the history of Canada combined. While he is breaking spending records, Canadians are breaking their bank accounts just to survive. Food bank visits are up 99% since 2019, and we're hearing from people who are literally in distress over the cost of living. Will this Prime Minister continue to defend these bad policies that are driving Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, do you know what 13 provincial premiers and territorial premiers agreed to this week? They agreed to a permanent doubling of the National School Food Program that's going to bring it into 10,000 schools across the country. 13 provinces and territories. But this opposition can't get on board to feed kids in our schools. So if they're going to stand up and talk about affordability for Canadians, they should do something about it. They should get on board with the school food program that we need for our kids.
The Honourable Member for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
In Cowichan Tribes versus the Attorney General of Canada, the BC Supreme Court declared Aboriginal title over private lands, and the private landowners, 150 of them, are worried. Now, it's been well documented that the Liberals directed their federal lawyers to drop arguments protecting private property rights, to pull their punches, and to allow Aboriginal title to take precedence. So, here's my question. Where are the results for private landowners?
The Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an important question and one that's currently before the courts. In the recent Westacay decision, the Court of Appeal in New Brunswick, which is the Supreme Court of Canada, has refused leave to appeal, found that Aboriginal title cannot be declared over private property. On the other side of the country, in the Cowichan case, the BC judge found that they could coexist. We disagree with the BC's decision and are appealing it to maintain the clarity and certainty of private properties, but as we're seeing differing views in the courts, we continue to be there to get the certainty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that the appeal process in British Columbia is going to take years, and in the meantime, homeowners in Richmond, British Columbia, and throughout the province are feeling insecure. Here's the reality. In the subject territory in Richmond, realtors aren't taking listings, appraisers are devaluing property values, and bankers are not lending money on title that they see as insecure. So my question again, where was the federal government to stand up for private property rights?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it disingenuous that the members opposite continue to suggest that we're not protecting the private property rights of Canada. Here's what we've been doing. We disagreed with the BC Supreme Court's ruling and appealed it. We supported Montrose, a private property owner in the area, to present evidence that was not before the court during the trial. Section 92 of the Constitution sets out that private property is provincial jurisdiction. It's excluded from all discussions of Aboriginal title at the federal level. And for Cowichan, BC is acting within its jurisdiction to put measures in to support any implicated property owners.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
But here's the thing, Mr. Speaker. The Cowichan Tribe decision introduced uncertainty around how Aboriginal title interacts with private property in BC. While the Supreme Court declined an appeal in Wolastoqey, a refusal of leave is not a decision on the merits and does not create binding national precedent. This leaves Canadians with competing legal approaches on a critical legal question, all while Liberal Directive 14, discouraging private property defences, remains in force and a Cowichan appeal is many months away. BC deserves to know now how the Liberals will provide certainty, the certainty we need. Where
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, in Canada, when the government disagrees with the decision of a court, the opportunity that we have to do something about it is to appeal that decision. We made an appeal in this particular case because we disagree with the Superior Court's assessment. Since that time, we've seen the New Brunswick Court of Appeal go through in the Wolastoqey case, as the member indicates, and the Supreme Court has refused leave. In addition, throughout this piece of litigation, we have been asking the court to notify private property owners so they may participate in the litigation and are in fact presently supporting the Montrose application, a private property owner in the region. Private property rights are important in this country, so is reconciliation. We can pursue both at the same time.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, there have already been 10 cases of femicide in Quebec this year. The protection of women and victims is a top priority for Canadians across the country. Could the Minister for Justice outline what reforms the government is introducing to help put an end to gender-based violence? The Honourable Minister for Justice. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to recognise my colleague, the member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, for all of her work as chair of the Women's Caucus. Our government is fighting against gender-based violence even before it begins. Bill C-16 has brought forward changes to the criminal code through coercive control and controlling behaviour. We are creating a framework that reacts more rapidly and that offers better protection for victims of gender-based violence.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Conservatives proposed a law which would ensure that non-citizens who commit serious crimes in Canada don't get sweetheart sentences so that they can avoid deportation. But the Minister of Immigration voted against it. It's her job to maintain order in Canada's immigration system, but the system is clearly out of control. Can the Minister of Immigration tell the victim of an assault why the non-citizen who assaulted them and then broke their no-contact order was given a lenient sentence so that they wouldn't be deported?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We all know that anyone who commits a crime in this country, regardless of their immigration status, be it Canadian or not, is treated according to the law with the fullest extent of the law. Judges make decisions. There is absolutely nothing in the immigration law that allows for sentences to be discounted. And as I stand here today, let me wish everybody a very happy Canada Day as we conclude the parliamentary session. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
After a year, how can she put that falsehood forward in the House? People are getting sweetheart sentences in order to avoid deportation. There's a story every week. Section 34 of a law that she maintains, the Immigration Refugee Protection Act, requires them to be deported, yet she voted against a law that would close a loophole that prevents people who have been convicted of serious crimes from being deported. Why won't she stand up for people? Why won't she maintain an orderly system? She should be closing this loophole now.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, one thing that I think all members of this House will agree upon is that when a dangerous person commits a serious crime, they should face serious penalties. When that includes someone who has a temporary status, they could be rendered inadmissible in this country and should face deportation where appropriate. The Supreme Court of Canada has held that immigration consequences could be factored into decision, but at the end of the day, the courts must remain discretion to ensure that there is a fit penalty for the crime. With the legislation we have put on the table, violent repeat offenders will face stiffer penalties in this country, and I hope all members can agree that is a good thing.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Non-citizens who commit serious crimes in Canada and then get sweetheart sentences in order to avoid deportation, which the Liberals are doing right now. They're letting this happen.
Right.
It's undermining Canadians' desire for immigration. It's what's breaking the consensus for immigration in Canada, and yet they stand up and say nothing's wrong. This is the immigration minister's fault. I'm going to give her one more time to answer, possibly the last time before a shuffle. Will her legacy in this role be closing this loophole and bringing these non-citizens to justice and deporting them?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to wish that colleague a very happy July and August wherever she is with her family. Perhaps in the fall she comes back with a bit of a better spirit. We have continuously said that no one can commit a crime with impunity. Serious crimes deserve serious consequences. There is nothing in the immigration law that does not allow that. And in fact, public safety and law enforcement have deported over 22,000 cases, and we will continue to work with law enforcement to ensure we protect Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for University Rosedale.
Mr. Speaker, coercive control is a pattern of abusive behavior used to isolate and intimidate, often before or alongside physical violence. In every one of our communities today, women are being subjected to humiliation, isolation, and financial and verbal abuse, which often escalates to physical and sexual violence. Our government is taking action. Can the Minister of Justice tell the House how Bill C-16 will better protect our constituents from coercive control?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity for the first time to formally congratulate my recently elected colleague on her presence in the House of Commons. This institution is better for her efforts. Mr. Speaker, through her advocacy, we have moved forward with reforms that are designed to tackle the scourge of intimate partner violence that is impacting women across this country. We know when it comes to coercive control, we have the opportunity to put rules in place that allow the legal system to intervene before a relationship becomes violent and before violence becomes fatal. We have worked with people who have dedicated their lives and careers to understanding the predictive factors of what can lead to violence against women. With this codification of coercive control, we can make...
The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, last year we lost 5,630 Canadians to the opioid crisis, 15 lives lost every day. 14-year-old Emilio was one of the increasingly alarming number of young Canadians whose lives were stolen by the fentanyl traffickers. These criminals who profit from producing and trafficking opioids should face serious consequences. That is why Conservatives introduced Bill C-289 to strengthen penalties for these criminals. Emmy's legacy could be more than a tragedy. After a decade of Liberal rule that ushered in the opioid crisis, will they stop grandstanding and deliver results by supporting this bill, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as we move forward with a public safety agenda that is designed to ensure that dangerous people are put behind bars, it's not lost on us that we also need to do everything we can to combat the deadly opioid crisis. I look forward to working with all members of this House as we promote policies that will lead to better public health outcomes and at the same time pursue policies that will contribute to better public safety outcomes. I look forward to working with that member and all members of this House in order to build safer communities right across this country.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this week the Liberals tabled water legislation that fails to recognize clean drinking water as a human right. Today I stood with Grassy Narrows, where children continue to suffer mercury poisoning caused by decades of government and corporate neglect. This is a national disgrace. When challenged to deliver justice, the Prime Minister's response to a woman living with mercury poisoning was, "I can outlast her." Will the Prime Minister apologize, clean up the mercury, and guarantee clean water for all?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, it was a pleasure and honor to introduce the water bill because we know that the $4.6 billion of resources attached to that bill are going to help communities do the work that they need to do in community, supporting their members with clean drinking water. It was a pleasure to meet with Chief Ackaby and Chief Fisher to speak about their file. If this member wants to do meaningful work in helping those communities, she should support the meaning collaboration that we need to do to push communities forward and have access to clean drinking water.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
This week, the Prime Minister claimed that Trump's war in Iran was, quote, worth it. Mr. Speaker, thousands were killed, including school children. Schools and hospitals were destroyed. Families and entire communities were displaced. Billions of dollars was wasted, and higher energy costs made life more expensive for Canadians who are already struggling. And the world is no safer today than it was before the war. The Prime Minister hastily supported the attacks that started this war. How much more suffering is needed before the Prime Minister realizes this war wasn't worth it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me acknowledge in this House that war is always a tragic experience. We are obviously encouraged by the peace deal that's been negotiated by regional partners, including Pakistan, Qatar, and others. We've been following this process closely. There will be more work that needs to be done. Canada will play a role to ensure that peace continues to evolve in the region. We are not taking this naively. We understand this is a difficult part of the world, and we will keep sanctions on, and we will continue to evaluate the peace process to ensure that there's peace and stability throughout the Middle East. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Rick McIver, Speaker of the Legislative Assembly for the province of Alberta.
Pursuant to an order made earlier today, now pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been presented and supported, and the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
Stop, okay.
We'll take a moment here because there's still a fair bit of noise.
Remaining before we adjourn. We are at the moment of the adjournment debate so that we can adjourn. Bon été, hein? It's nice to witness this warmth and friendship, but we must move on. Take care. Okay. We will now proceed. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to extend my best wishes for the summer to all colleagues from all sides. We have fought hard for our constituents and for our convictions and to advance the common good of this country. And I want to share my best wishes with all colleagues as well as the various staff and people in this institution who support the important work that we do.
The colleagues, the day is not over. We are currently at the stage of the adjournment debate, and the sooner that we proceed through that stage, the sooner the House can adjourn for the summer. I will ask the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, to start from the start.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also, in addition to thanking and wishing best wishes to all colleagues and support staff here, want to note that this will be a very important summer in my province because we will be discussing and debating the question of Alberta's place within Confederation. And I can tell the House that I firmly believe in the importance of a strong Alberta within a united Canada, and I believe that's the position held by the majority of my constituents. I look forward to talking to people and listening to them over the summer, and I would encourage colleagues from all parts of the country to also listen and respect and try to understand the concerns that Albertans have, because many Albertans, including those who support a united Canada, have concerns about the way our federation has operated and want to look for opportunities to improve things for the good of the whole country. Now, Mr. Speaker, coming back to the question I had asked originally that I'm following up on, I am deeply concerned as we go into this summer, about the challenges facing Canadian young people and young families when it comes to employment, when it comes to starting out in life and believing that they can have a better future and pass a better future on to the next generation. We have a worsening employment crisis. It's getting harder and harder for young people to find their first job and for young families to afford their first home and to be able to afford to take those critical steps forward in life. And Mr. Speaker, in recognition of that problem and in an effort to be constructive, we have, as a Conservative Party, put forward constructive proposals to try to make life better for young people seeking jobs and for young families. Last fall, we announced the Conservative Youth Jobs Plan to unleash the economy, to fix immigration, to fix training, and to build homes where the jobs are. This plan, if implemented by the government, would help young people have hope that they can have jobs and opportunity going forward, that they can afford homes, that they can have the standard of living that their parents had. We've also released a work and family life plan to support young families. This plan includes vital reforms to parental leave to make it easier for parents who are trying to start a family and maintain connection to work and earn an income at the same time. I'm very proud of the work we've done as a Conservative opposition, focusing on what matters to Canadians, focusing on putting forward constructive proposals to make people's lives better. We've asked the government, in a spirit of goodwill and cooperation, to take these ideas forward. to adopt our Conservative Youth Jobs Plan, to adopt the parental leave reforms we've put forward. Unfortunately, in many cases, we've actually seen the government choosing to move in the opposite direction. For instance, by defunding grants to students at vocational institutions who are trying to gain vital experience that they need for jobs. But we have always sought to be productive and constructive, putting forward these good ideas and asking the government to adopt them. So as we face these ongoing challenges, an affordability crisis, a youth unemployment crisis, will the government take a serious look at what we've put forward, at the Conservative Youth Jobs Plan, at parental leave reforms, at the need to reform training to connect Canadian young people with Canadian jobs? Will the government look at our ideas, take them seriously, and consider implementing them as part of the budget so we can finally reverse the trajectory that we've seen and give young people hope for jobs, for homes, for opportunity in the future? Thank you.
We're going to give before we give the floor to the Parliamentary Secretary, there's the Minister of Trade. I need to ask the members who are left before they leave. We'll ask them to leave the chamber if they wish to continue talking. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Trade.
Speaker, let me first start by wishing you a restful summer. I know it's been a very busy sitting, and through you to entire House of Commons staff for their remarkable work in supporting us in the important work that we do in behalf of our constituents. It's a great honor for me to serve Ottawa Centre. You see a lot of cheering. It feels like last day of school. That's how my kids felt this morning, by the way, as we were leaving home. So it's a similar feeling. I also want to thank the member from Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan for his hard work. I know he works extremely hard on behalf of his constituents. I know he's also a very engaged parent, a father. I've seen him often with his children around here. So I want to thank him. I, in particular, want to thank him for really making clear how much he believes in this country, how much he believes in a strong Alberta within a very strong United Canada, and I thank him for that. You're absolutely right. I think it's incumbent upon all of us, I'm from Ontario, for all of us to make an effort to understand Alberta better, to better understand the concerns they're feeling, and make sure that we work together to keep them as part of this country. I think we are stronger as a country when we all work together. And this place, one of the most important things that I've learned is to really pay attention to what others are saying, because it allows for this opportunity for us to learn about this beautiful, vast country of ours, because we come from our different corners. But by listening to the debates that take place in this particular house, it allows us to be better champions of Canada, to better understand and love and respect this country, and I look forward to the opportunity. And I say to the member opposite, through you, Chair, if there's an opportunity for myself and some of us from provinces like Ontario to come and spend time with you so that we can speak to our fellow Albertans, our fellow Canadians as one, I look forward to that opportunity, and please reach out. I think the member raised a very important issue in terms of youth and employment. Speaker, as we know, we are living through precarious times right now. There's a lot of anxiety in the country because of this unjustified trade war that we are in, because of the protectionism we're seeing in the world, the wars that are taking place. It has an impact on our country. It has an impact on our economy. It has impact on people's livelihoods. Of course, it has an impact on young people as well. And that's why I think it's incumbent upon all of us, regardless of which political background that we come from, that we share those ideas. And I respect the member for putting forward ideas that will help boost youth unemployment. That's not a partisan issue. I think it's an aspiration that we all share, and it's important that we all work together. But on our side, Speaker, as a government, we are seized with the issue. We have been working hard to make sure that we create those opportunities for young people, whether it's through this spring economic update this year that reaffirms about new investment of $6 billion to recruit, train, and hire up to 100,000 new Red Seal skilled trade workers in the next 5 years that will create opportunities for young people in skilled trades that is so much needed across the country. And it will align with Canada's housing infrastructure and defense needs, where there's tremendous amount of investment is being made. We're also making major investments in our workers with initiatives such as the labor market development agreements with provinces and territories. These labor market development agreements are provided by the federal government through funding and coordination at the national level to ensure consistency and alignment. Both provincial and territorial governments then have the flexibility to design and deliver programs and services best suited to the needs of their local labor markets. We're investing about $2.9 billion, Speaker, in those agreements. I also want to take a moment to talk about Canada's summer jobs, which are extremely important, including my riding. I see my time is up, so thank you very much.
Member will have a chance to mention those things. We'll go back now to the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his kind words, and indeed I would welcome him and all members of this House from all parties to come to Alberta this summer and let me know. I'm happy to host, spend some time talking to people in our province and understanding some of the concerns that they have. Speaker, these are precarious times, but youth unemployment is very high compared to peer countries and compared to what we've seen historically. I would draw the attention of the government to the 10th report of the Human Resources Committee, a unanimous report which identifies specific policy problems in this country that need to be addressed. High taxes, high red tape, costs in hiring, failures in terms of immigration policy as well as training policy. These are things we need to talk about. And look, when folks on the government side talk about this, they often highlight the continuing existence of programs that have already existed for a very long time. What we need is new solutions like the Conservative Youth Jobs Plan that will make a difference, and I'd encourage him to refer to that report.
Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Speaker, and again thank the honourable member for his intervention and the work he's doing. I was just briefly want to talk about Canada's Summer Jobs Program because I know it benefits young people across the country in all our respective constituencies. Just in my riding of Ottawa Centre, almost 600 jobs have been created. I run into young people who have taken part in that program in the past or are part of the program now, and it helps them to create those networks, those opportunities. Now they're starting to do important things in their lives. Those are the kind of things that we need to make sure that those opportunities exist, whether in the not-for-profit sector or with private enterprise. And Speaker, that's important work. I just do want to highlight that I think investment in skills trade is so important. So many young people want to be part of skills trade, and the investment that we're making through our government in that regards is going to create a huge benefit. Once again, happy summer to everyone, and look forward to continue this important work. Thank you.
The honourable member for York-Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising to follow up on a question I asked to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food about the troubling implications for family farms and the ability to pass on family farms to the next generation. For generations, family farms have fed Canadians and the world, Mr. Speaker, and those farms are passed on with great pride from one generation to the next. And generally, if a farm is passed from a child, or from a father or a mother to a child, it's passed on a tax-deferred basis. But unfortunately, under the current rules, if it is passed to an extended family member, such as a niece or a nephew, it would be fully taxed under the capital gains rules. And the result has been, over the last 20 years, over 57,000 family farms have been lost. That hurts family farms in my community, such as Steve Cooper, who brought this issue to my attention in the local media, who wanted to pass his farm onto a nephew, but couldn't do so because of the dramatic tax implications for doing so. The problem will only compound in the future, Mr. Speaker, because right now the average Canadian farmer is about in their mid-50s, and fewer than 1 in 12 have a successor under the age of 40. And this is data from Statistics Canada. So that means that farmers are getting older, they don't have a next generation potentially in line, and are struggling with succession of their farm. And the result of that is that we are losing family farms in my community and across Canada. And so I asked the Minister of Agriculture to consider looking into the rules around the Income Tax Act to change this so that family farms could be passed on to the next generation in an extended family without tax implications. The response at the time was an acknowledgement of that problem and a commitment to speak with the Minister of Finance to come back to the House and inform us. So I see the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance is here today. So I would like to ask him if those conversations have been had and what the result of those conversations is, and whether they have a solution or proposal that they will be bringing forward to the House in the fall sitting to address this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it's good to be here at the very last moments before the summer, the House rises for the summer. I know the member opposite has a number of farms in his riding. We have farm succession plans all across this country, and farmers do struggle with succession. And so I understand the issue that the member is speaking about. We've done some things on this front on capital gains exemptions in the Spring Economic Update Implementation Act recently, which was only applied to employee ownership trusts and worker cooperatives. But I think it highlights where the government is open to looking at options for succession to make it easier to hand down businesses. In this case, the one that I'm referencing, it's employee ownership trust, which is a model that I advocated for. Worker-owned cooperatives will get the same tax treatment. It's a measure that I've supported from day one, because what it does is it offers businesses that are small to medium size, could be larger, the opportunity when they want to sell the business to protect those businesses, but also hand them down to workers in those businesses. So this creates wealth-building opportunities for frontline workers, say in a grocery chain, for example. There's many examples in the UK, for example. Waitrose is a company that's run by the John Lewis Partnership. It's a good example of how employee ownership trusts can create a shared equity model where frontline workers get to participate in the proceeds of the company. I think it's similar to a model that could be applied to farms in this country, although I don't know of any workup of the details on that at this point, but I thank the member for bringing it up, and I think it's an important consideration.
Member for York Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for that question. Look forward to hearing what the government proposes in the fall. In the last minute I have, Mr. Speaker, I would like to comment on your ruling from yesterday. I see that you are in the chair, and I'm going to take the opportunity I have of 40 seconds to do that. I appreciated your ruling, Mr. Speaker, but I was deeply disappointed by it. First, on a factual basis, you indicated in your ruling that there was only supposition that certain members of the government may have had privileged information about the timing of amendments. I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that the fact that they submitted amendments is evidence enough that they had that information. Second, Mr. Speaker, you made a point that both the minority and the majority have rights, but that primacy cannot be given to both. That was the quote that you used. That was not the issue, Mr. Speaker. The issue was a level playing field, and the primacy being given by your ruling to the majority. And I am troubled that the precedent that your ruling may set to give the government the ability to deny members of this House, of any party, of their participatory rights in submission of amendments. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just want to, before I go to the Parliamentary Secretary, I just want to and refer the honourable member to Standing Order 10 in the Standing Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with the last minute I have left, I'll just say it's become apparent in this House through question period and many of the proceedings that the Conservatives seem to claim that they're about protecting and supporting vulnerable people, but in fact that they just seem to use their hardship for political gain. They see them as a political opportunity, whether it's young people, seniors, and other vulnerable people. We've seen them not support measures like the Groceries and Essentials benefit. They mock the Canada Summer Jobs Program, which offers 100,000 jobs. They just voted again against C30 that offered skilled trades apprenticeship support of $31,000 in total for each apprentice. We've cut taxes in a number of areas. Income tax, the consumer carbon tax. We've suspended the excise tax on fuel. We've cut tax on first home purchases. We've offered enhanced tax deductions for businesses in research and development, buying new machinery and equipment, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I want to ask the member, if he really is for tax cuts, then why did he just vote against 7 new tax measures that will help with the affordability for Canadians. It doesn't make sense to me. That included C30 this afternoon at third reading, with the member voted against.
Okay. La motion portant que la
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until Monday, September 21st, 2026 at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
you.